Okay. We started also the recording. Perfect. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second international online conference of the Foster Project, Future-Oriented Solutions Towards Environmental Resilience. This initiative aims to support the development of governance frameworks that are both effective and inclusive, particularly addressing future challenges at local level. My name is Vanessa, and I'll be one of your moderators today. We are thrilled to have you with us as we explore the theme Civic Participation and Democracy, Limits, Potentials, and Extremes. Before we get started, just a few housekeeping rules. Please keep your microphones muted unless you are speaking. Feel free to use the chat box anytime to share comments or questions or technical problems. This session is being recorded and will be available for viewing after the event on the Foster Europe website. Before we start with our program that we planned for today, in the light of the tragic events that took place in Graz yesterday, we would like to take a moment to acknowledge 3 National Day of Mourning declared in Austria. We will now observe 1 minute silence in remembrance of the victims, if I may. Thank you all. Now, to officially open the conference today, I would like to welcome Nadia Di Julio, Project Manager at ALBA and the Foster Project, who will speak together with Director of Foster Europe Foundation, Stefan August Lütgenau. First, I would like to give the floor to Stefan. Thank you both for being with us. I don't see Nadia yet, but yes.
Hello, I'm here. Can you see me?
Hello, welcome. Perfect.
Hello, welcome. Thank you, Vanessa.
Hello. Stefan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. A warm welcome to all of you and greetings from Austria to all of you. Thank you very much for your time and for your patience and for your dedication and joining us. I thank my team for preparing this and moderating this. I thank, of course, Alda for making this possible in the framework of the Foster Project. I thank all our partners in the projects and all those who speak up today and take their time and dedication to join us and share their experiences with us. I would like to add perhaps that, and I hope I speak for you, that the minute of silence is dedicated not only to the victims in Graz, but also to all those who suffer war and political violence at the moment in Europe. And I think it's just to think of them and dedicate our thoughts to them too. Let's come to the issue, if I may. We are talking about civic participation in Europe, and civic participation has been growing and of growing interest and with various models and formats. And we would like to highlight in the few hours we have today for this conference a few elements and a few characteristics of civic participation as practiced in Europe. We will have first a look at the various levels of civic participation and the different formats that result from this various level. We look at the local and the regional level. we look at the national level, and we will have an example of transnational civic participation that is going cross-border in Europe. I'm very interested to hear all of the three levels, and I think it highlights the qualities of civic participation applied in Europe. While civic participation has a clear relevance, I think there is a kind of ambiguity related to this. And this is due to the models of participation and how and when and where they are applied. I think we will hear more about this from Elena in her keynote, and I thank her very much for joining us today and sharing her both political and scientific experience with us. But we have also later two talks and two views into, as I called it, civic participation in extremes. This is to highlight the relevance of civic participation and the power of resistance against authoritarian regimes, against military aggression, and in the times of war and martial law. We will look at the situation in Belarus, where there was a lot of civic resistance and still is civic resistance against the authoritarian regime. And we will look at Ukraine and how civic participation is applied in Ukraine, to what end and to what results. And I thank very much our Ukrainian partners to share their views with us. Of course, the Belarusian partners are not situated in Belarus anymore. That would be extremely dangerous and perhaps deadly, as we know from all the political prisoners now jailed and tortured and mistreated in Belarus. But they are from the democratic opposition in Western Europe at the moment. The ambiguity of civic participation is that even on the other side, in the authoritarian regimes in Russia, the aggressors are using these tools to mobilize, to advertise, and to promote their political arbitrary agenda. And I think it's important to always have in mind that this is a tool that can be used both for good and for the evil. So let's see how it is applied on the various levels. Let's see and hear about the various experiences we have. I think it's just and right to highlight the situation in Ukraine and Belarus. And with this, I would like to pass on to Nadia to give your introductory words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you for organizing this conference. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants for being with us today and to share with us comments, opinions, and thought in relation of this topic, as Stefan said, a relevant topic for today's time, but also so complex that need to be discussed from different angles, from different aspects, and all of us should be actively part of this discussion. I'm Nadia Giulio from ALDA, the European Association for Local Democracy. We basically focus on good governance, participatory democracy in Europe and also worldwide. We work in Africa, Balkans, and also in the Middle East in the recent times. And our main activity is to develop initiative projects, mainly funded by European unions, but also funded by international organizations, initiatives and projects that are focused to community development following a participatory approach and tackle different challenges from environment to human rights, and migration, digitalization, education, and so on. As Vanessa already mentioned, this conference is organized within the European funded project FOSTER, which stands for Future-Oriented Solution Towards Environmental Resilience, which Alda is proud the lead coordinator together with FOSTER Europe and other organizations. I'm happy to introduce you the general framework of this project and to share with you the key elements of this project. Just a second to let me share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen? I guess, yes.
Yes, it's all right. Thank you.
Okay, super. So FOSTER, basically, as it's quite intuitive from the full title of the project, focusing on the application of future-oriented approach to all the policies targeting environmental issues and environmental resilience. So basically, it's a commitment that we all take together with policymakers to the future in order to build the more resilient communities. Basically, the project it's quite new. It started in September 2024. It lasts 2 years, so it will end in August 2026. It's funded by the CERV program of the European Union, which stems from citizens, equality, rights, and value. It targets 9 European countries. So basically, we are 9 European organizations made up the consortium, represented itself 9 different European countries, such as France, Austria, Germany, Italy, Spain, Greece, Romania, Bulgaria, and Belgium. The consortium is quite varied, is made up of different organizations. We have networking organizations such as ALDA and also FOSTER Europe. We have a research organization. We have 2 organizations representing municipalities, representing public authority at different level, municipal and regional. And we have also a organization, association expert on mental health. So we have different type of organization within our consortium, no-profit, academic and research institution, and also representing public authorities. As already I mentioned a bit, starting with this presentation, the objective of this project is to develop local governance framework that actually can address future environmental justice. What does it mean? It's quite ambitious objective. So basically, I can say that what we came through this project is to try to counteract the determinism that it is applied to the development of policy strategies, actions especially at public level, when it comes to climate change consequences, climate change impacts, and environmental issues in general. With this project, we mainly focus on climate change consequences and impacts at local level, but still the general idea is to counteract this trend to reply to environmental needs, to environmental issues or climate change impacts just when they happen, and not to plan in advance with a forward-looking approach, with a future-oriented approach to climate change issues, challenges, and environmental challenges in general. How we do this? Through 3 main phases. First of all, we build the capacity of policymakers, civil society organization, and also individual citizens. Capacity building on how to assess future needs, how to, once we assess, when we know which are the local environmental needs, how to plan in a collaborative way, in a participatory way. So how to bring all together the different actors of a community, the policymaker, the civil society organization, individual citizens, the private sector, academies, and so on, how to bring all them together in order to collaboratively develop solution idea in order to respond to the potential local future future needs regarding the environmental sector, and of course following a decentralized approach. Basically, this methodology can be summarized in two words, such as strategic foresight. This is the main methodology applied through this project. Strategic foresight is a methodology through which it is possible to anticipate possible future in relation to a specific context. In the case of Foster project, we apply this methodology related to climate change consequence and impacts. We use this methodology and the different techniques concerning strategic foresight, specifically scenario building in the case of the Foster project. We use the foresight techniques in order to assess the future needs of 7 communities placed in 7 European countries out of 9 that I already mentioned before. And then we accompany these local communities to develop action and plans in a collaborative way, which is actually the second phase. So once we develop the capacity of local stakeholder relating to strategic foresight, how to assess future needs, how to work together, so participatory co-design, then the local communities will implement a local path through which they will actually assess local needs, and actually it's what is going on in these 7 countries. They are just organizing workshops through which they assess the local needs in relation to climate change consequence and impacts, and then the next steps foreseen the implementation of scenarios in order to, starting from the assessed needs, what will be the future scenario following different levels, worst, best, medium, and so on. And then collaboratively, they will develop action in order to cope with these scenarios, to respond to the needs, and start planning for the future with a preventative approach, and actually also thinking about preventative measures and action in order to tackle future climate change impacts at local level. Finally, communication and raising awareness. Basically, this action we go through all the implementation of the project along the 2 years of the project, with different activities. This conference is one of these activities of raising awareness, in which we share best practices. Last time in the first online conference, we mainly speak about foresight, and we share best practices, definition, notion, but also reflection on preventative measure, preventative policy maker. We speak also today about civic participation, which is another pillar of this project. As already mentioned to you, we provide local stakeholder with methodology for assessing the needs, but when they assess it, they are asked to collaborate together in a participatory way and develop strategy. So this civic participation together with strategic foresight are the 2 main pillars of this project. That's why this conference is focused today on civic participation, discussing different dimensions, also civic participation. And through these activities, online conference, networking, and traditional communication online, offline, we try also to foster, stimulate EU networking between different stakeholders at different level and widely representing a community to share and learn from each other about strategic foresight, preventative policy making, and also civic participation and environmental citizenship. Since we speak about we focus mainly on environmental issues. Climate change is a really big issues. What we decide to focus on these three areas of intervention, stemming from a preliminary need assessment that was done during the submission of the submission of this of the project. These three areas concern environmental protection, sustainable urban planning, and also health service and healthcare system related also to environmental challenges. What we expect to achieve through this project, and actually we are about to achieve slowly this project because we are about quite 1 year from the starting of the project, organizing 7 local participatory paths that I just described to you in the previous slides. Basically, the local path will be implemented in 7 countries out of 9 that I already mentioned to you. So in French, just to mention, re-mention them, it will be in Austria, Germany, Bulgaria, Romania, Spain, Italy, and Greece. 7 local participatory paths engaging policymakers, civil society organizations, citizens, private sectors, and so on. 10 trainings will be organized along the project implementation. The first international training actually happened in October last year in Brussels. 9 local trainings have been implemented between November last year and March this year in the 7 countries I just mentioned to you. So actually, the first phase of this project, capacity building, was already implemented, and I can also happily say approved by the European Funding Commission with good vote and also congratulations. And it was implemented through the organization of local trainings of 1-2 days. There was it depends on the it depended on the local context through which concept, methodologies, tools of both strategic foresight and civil participation were transferred to the local stakeholder that will be and are involved in the local participatory path. International workshops, also are implemented through the implementation of the project. One of these workshops was just implemented in May in Bologna, where all the project partners participate, and was focused on scenario building methodology. So we went through the steps and procedures on how to build future scenarios following a multi-stakeholder approach. Then other international workshops will happen in October this year and March next year, respectively focus on participatory co-design and multi-stakeholder roundtable. Last but not least, a lot of knowledge material will be developed, toolkit guideline focusing on the 2 pillars of the project, participatory process and strategic foresight. Some of them are already available for consultation download on the project webpage that I will share with you at the end of this presentation in the chat.
Nadia, we lost you for a minute. Hello? Can you hear us?
Nadia is lost at the moment.
I think, yes. I just want to say.
I may step in.
Thank you, Stefan.
Thank you I thank you for the detailed presentation of the project, and I suggest that we pass on the main message was conveyed, and the link will be shared later in the chat. I would like to come up with a personal remark. I suffer from a slipped disc in the spines, and this prevents me from two things mainly, to focus and be concentrated, and the other thing is to sit. So this forces me to leave you from time to time and stand up and walk. So please forgive me for not being with you all the time. I will come back and join you whenever possible, but only to very limited time during the talk. Let me perhaps, with the permission of Vanessa, shift now to the first talk and the keynote. It is my pleasure and privilege to present Elena Garcia-Gutian to you. She has two very impressive careers. One in the political life of Spain, which brought her into the government, and the other in academic life, which made her full professor of political science at the Universidad Autónoma de Madrid. And she is one of the leading experts in both studies on democracy and studies of new forms of democracy in Europe, and of course in studies in populism. Again, I'm happy to have you here, Elena. Good morning to you, to Madrid, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Stefan, for your generous presentation. I'm so glad to be here because the temptation for many academics is just, as you know, to write the papers and to attend these specialized academic congresses. And I think is absolutely key to share the scenarios with people that, as you are in the field, you are organizing the things, you are in your own countries fighting for democracy and for citizen participation as such. So I decided not to prepare something like a very formal PowerPoint, but I'm going to address what also Stefan asked me to do, is to just speak about citizen participation, but from a, I would say, more political point of view. What is happening with that, the discourse, how it's being used, which is the situation, but at the end it's going to be just focus on what is happening with democracy, because many things are going on. You are very, very aware about this. And we have here today people thinking on citizen participation, but in contexts that are far from being like stable democracies. So I'm going to focus on just 3 points. 3 points, and I think we can refer to them in the different in other interventions and along the today's session, because they are they're there. And I think they have to help us to think on citizen participation, but also to think on these changes that we are experiencing, and they are going on very quickly. And that I think we need to keep in mind when we are just organizing the specific things, specific forms of participation, thinking on mechanisms, etc. So I'm going to address these 3 points. And the first is first reflection on what is happening with democracy, with the debates on democracy, because I think that there is, Stefan was, I think, referring a little bit to this, no? It seems that in discourses in the institutions, activists, academics, that there is a kind of acceptance that democracies are in crisis, and there is a a crisis of the, I will say, a standard model, and I'm going to refer to it now. And then it seems that citizen participation is a kind of cure, no? That fits, everything fits. We are going to have democracies that are more transparent, that are more open government, a lot of citizen participation, and we are going to help the democracies to be more resilient, to re-legitimate many things. But I think we need to be more careful with these discourses, because there are a lot of tensions within democracies. There are essential tensions of democracy, and we have to think a little bit on what we are promoting and how we are promoting it. So first, my first point is a little bit what is happening on the debates of democracy, and many things are going on. I remember to be with Stefan and Dobrinka and others. I haven't seen all the names. We participate in a cause action. And some of us, we we had a meeting in Edinburgh. And I remember one of the participants, a Swedish, was saying, well, this is the age of citizen participation. We have participation all over Europe, and not just Europe. We have this participation in China. We have participation in Africa. We have participation everywhere. Well, I think this view that sees democracy just from the eyes of specific forms of citizen participation now is showing that can have some bad outcomes, I will say. When these citizens were assaulting the Congress in the States, they were doing this in the name of democracy, to restore democracy, etc. They were in the streets. And in some authoritarian countries, we are seeing that, some movements also defending authoritarian ideas and proposals are also well organized, invoking these words of the good outcomes of citizen participation, but just to defend some views of democracy that are very controversial. So, what happened with this? I'm going just to say some things in a, I will say, a little maybe provocative way, but I'm going to defend some points. The first is that we are fighting for some levels of democracy, and that generates some misunderstandings also on the role of citizen participation. Citizen participation is one of the basic traits and cores of democratic regimes. It's the base of any type of democratic regime or a democratic institution that we have had along history. But there are different ways of envisioning it. And we also see different arenas and different places where citizen participation has a sense and a role. And this is important. I'm going to start with this, one of the cases that is really, I don't know how to define it, but it's shocking me a little bit. That we have a lot of colleagues in the academy now that, for example, are very happy with all these deliberative forums that take place at the local level in China, and they are defending that, this is a type of democracy based on Confucian values, and all a collection of civic participation practices and mechanisms and experiences really gives place to democracy. Well, the first thing is to see and to reflect on that and to decide, which type of democracy. This is not the democracy that has established historically as the legitimate type of discourse and regime, especially, and we know that, and we know this experience after the Second World War in Europe. And of course, they can claim that they are a democracy as, for example, in Franco's time in Spain, they also considered that they were an organic democracy. So the levels of democracy and the levels that we use have a very, very important political consequence. And also the way we approach citizen participation changes a lot when we are deciding, or just defending that first, we need to have a kind of democratic framework that establishes, with a lot of differences on its implementation, a lot of, I would say, specific models within this model. But if we accept that, some countries, they are not democratic, and so even if they organize many citizen participation activities, we are not talking about, an improvement of democracy or something like this. This is important because, of course, democracy is always contested. We have a lot of discourses since the, when the contemporary model started to develop. Of course, we have changed so many things. But there is a core of principles and institutions that we insist on keeping, because and we have seen many cases when they are, I would say, destroyed or manipulated, or when they are redefined in some senses, they don't produce any more democracy. That's very important to take in consideration because, and I'm going to insist on that, in many democracies now, you can call them populist regimes. I prefer authoritarian movements, politicians, etc. They are really appealing to some forms of citizen participation, but just to dismiss democracy. And what they are doing is, of course, to attack other forms of citizen participation that now they are starting to be very, very important. And I'm referring to specifically, for example, the role of associations and activists in public debate, etc. These are the main things that are destroyed when some governments in democracy start to develop some of these agendas. And in political science, we have developed different levels for these. One of the most popular is this idea of illiberal democracy. But the problem is that with this level of liberal, we have a lot of controversies. So I like the other levels, as for example, these hybrid regimes, the ones that still are not the dictatorship, I will say, or totalitarian regimes, but they are not anymore democracies, because the illiberal democracy, is a kind of a possibility, but that's in some points ends to be like that. And I like also this level of what we have is competitive authoritarianism. This is another level I like, because it's not just that they are attacking, the rule of law, the independence of the judiciary, or just not keeping the balance between the institutions. But of course, they have elections. Elections are competitive, but they are prosecuting, or they are like bothering civil society and other parties, etc. And we have a clear examples on these laws that are prosecuting associations, for example, that receive funds from other countries or things like this. This will be my first point. I want now to refer to a second point that is within this framework. It's very important to insist that the good forms of participation work well and can be developed when you have this real democratic framework. And there are some forms that are privileged against others, but that we have to still keep or insist on the importance of many of them. When we speak of citizen participation, we're speaking in general, of course, the vote. I remember this cover of the Time, this review, when they just were seeing these activists in the democratic movements in north of Africa some years ago. No, the Arab Spring was called. And I remember that they were saying, well, this, it was a call of citizen participation for, the effects of citizen participation, but they were referring not to the organization of some local activities or something like this, but that was, they were asking just to have this framework, to achieve this framework, and they were fighting for a vote, but in plural elections and plural and free elections with competition, etc. This is important to insist on, and especially what has been the traditional or a traditional form of participation, very important, because it's one of the pillars of this idea of contemporary democracy, that is, of course, this basic right of association, together with, of course, this important right to information, the plurality of media and information. Why I'm insisting on that? Because I think, especially when you have authoritarian governments or in countries where you are just going fast, to this what we can call illiberal models, etc. We have to vindicate the work of these activists and the members of associations, because to be organized is also help to confront this type of persecutions, this type of aggressions. That's very, very, very important. This connection of civic association, but also with media that are able to put on the debate and to include in public opinion these topics, these abuses, or these concerns of citizens in general. But in the last years, I will say 20 years, they passed for me too quickly, but there was a worriness of introducing other types of course, of mechanisms and institutions of citizen participation. This is very important. This especially took place, of course, on more consolidated democracies in one sense, and in the other because the discourse on the international and the global discourse on democracy also changed a lot. It was not so focused on this fight between, models of democracy that is very political and refers to political regimes. But it was, the turn was towards this idea of democratic governance. And this has been promoted at the global level, but all the institutions. There are a lot of practitioners here that know perfectly what I'm talking about, that is, related to this development, the way to improve institutions, etc. But in this governance discourse, the focus has been put especially on mechanisms that allowed what they have called ordinary citizens to be involved in politics. So, under a discourse of crisis of representation or a growing gap between institutions and citizens, etc., within this discourse, citizen participation, the involvement of ordinary citizens has been a main target in all democracies, but not just in democracies, but as a strategy to introduce some, I will say, democratic tendencies, within regimes that were not thinking on themselves in these terms, as sharing this idea of democracy. And then within this discourse, we are evolving. It was focused a lot at the beginning just on involve ordinary citizens, and then there was this development that you know very well on local participation that were called at the end in the academic world like these democratic innovations. Very popular were, you know, this development of mechanisms as the participatory budgets, but also some citizen juries, some citizen assemblies, etc., that started to be like promoted as the best to address these questions of good governance, of democratic governance, and that were connected with an insistence, this is very important, on governing in a open government and increasing transparency, fights against corruption, etc. For me, this is excellent strategies. But after many years, we have to reflect on the outcomes. In some countries, they have worked very well. Within countries also, some of them, they have worked well, others less. Because what at the beginning we didn't have is a kind of reflection on how we assess these participatory activities. It seems that organizing any activity for participation was a success in itself. But here I want to just refer, I'm not going to mention authors or works or anything, we can after refer to some specific things. But at the end, it's very important to have different, I would say, normative objectives, because not all the activities of citizen participation can fulfill all of them. So in some of them, what is needed is to include these ordinary citizens that are out of the system, they are not involved, etc. Others, they try, and this is very important, they serve, for example, to authorities, like it's like these citizen panels, to test a little bit, you know, how is public opinion, how the citizens think about something, and try to obtain some legitimation. There are many different outcomes. And what I miss in the discourses right now is just to reflect a little bit on that, and not to think that, you know, whatever we organize always is a success because some ordinary citizens have participated. Some activities didn't work, others yes. In some countries they have worked, in others not. And of course, the third thing that I think is especially important also for you that mainly are focused on local government, that some type of mechanism can be very, very useful at the local level, but not necessarily at a more general level, in the sense that when we are speaking of citizen participation, always we are thinking on a way of representing citizens. I'm going just to leave this second point here, and I can, after we can refer to many details or specific types of forms of representation. But I'm going to address a third point, that is, which are the problems of some of the discourses that are not all the same. They don't look for the same outcomes. And this is very important from the perspective of, you know, their impact on democracy and the democratic functioning and the quality of democracy. The first is what is happening with the discourses of governance and democratic governance. I have already addressed that some authoritarian governments can perfectly use this mechanism just to re-legitimate themselves, etc. But in a general way, I thought, of course, I don't want to confuse you. I'm absolutely in favor of them, but we have to be very careful. I've been, in my last projects, I've been studying all the discourse at the level of the European Union. I participate with my students on this conference on the future of Europe. So, and I'm following this now the politics, the policies, and the regulation that the European Union is developing to fight against disinformation. So it's very specific, but at the same time, it's very interesting to see that we have to be very careful, because on these discourses of good governance and citizen participation, especially refer to stakeholders as such. No, it's a mix. Stakeholders and citizens, civic associations, usually they use a mix. But the risk is something that, you know, very important authors that anticipated in the 80s, that is the risk of colonization of the interest groups. Now, in this language of democratic governance, citizens to refer to the participants, stakeholders, they also refer to them as, you know, these different interest groups. The participation is open to all with an interest to participate. And there is a kind of neo-pluralistic model being developed. I can extend this point that is, I think is very important. The second thing is a lot of discourses don't refer to citizen participation from this perspective of good governance, but as a way to create or to propose and to fight for a real alternative for what they call these liberal democratic models, etc. They insist, and I'm thinking, for example, in an author that is very popular now as Hélène Landemore and other authors, that with the proliferation of some citizen mechanisms, especially these ones that promote what we call deliberation, as mini publics or citizen assemblies, etc., with an extension and a connection of these assemblies or participatory mechanisms with the institutional, more traditional institutions that we already have, we are going to change the model and we are going to produce something that is like real democracy. Which are the risks of doing this? This is that we are delegitimizing some I would say, more traditional politics. And also, this is very important, that usually you produce more mechanisms, but when they are integrated and they are just, you know, like the objective, also they create a disconnection again with ordinary citizens and with ordinary politics that I think is well, it's not, it doesn't harm much the democracy, but it doesn't add too much to democracy. And the third, and I finish with this, no, the problem of considering, as I started with this, the idea that a proliferation of forms of citizen participation, of mechanisms, specific mechanisms, institutionalizing them, especially at the local level, but not just at the local level, that all of this is a path to democracy and to improve, in any case, democracy. And this is also very, very, very risky. In many places, of course, it is used as a kind of permanent or dismissal of representation. And in others, it's just a legitimation of some regimes that are far from being democratic, at least with the sense that has this legitimacy I referred to at the beginning. So, to conclude, I've been promoting and insisting on citizen participation for more than 20 years in my experiences with local level, but also educating my students in my university, just to be very sensitive to this, to be concerned about this. I've been organizing with them these deliberative forums. And I think it's very important now that we are all very worried about youth involvement in politics and in these practices. And also following all these academic discourses of my colleagues, very well academics, many of them very good activists also, and very involved on establishing specific practices from the very different points of view. But to conclude, I think that especially in present time, we need to be very careful on not just on the preferred designs, but also on how we approach these discourses on citizen participation in a, I would say, global landscape and global context, where we have to be very careful on how it's used, no? From a very, very political perspective. That I have to say that now is a real fight for democracy and the meaning of democracy. I finish with this, and I will. I'm ready. I'm very interested to listen all your presentations and experiences that I think are absolutely necessary to continue this reflection, more abstract reflection on democracy and participation.
Thank you very much, Elena, for the insightful keynote. We very much appreciate it. Now we have some time for the questions. We received 3 in the chat. As far as I know, my colleague Laura will read them out loud. But if you have any live questions, please don't hesitate to use the raise hand option. Thank you.
Then I would go first with Stefan Lütgenau, because he raised his hands, and then I will go through the chat questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vanessa. Thank you very much, Elena, for this presentation and these clear and very sharp thoughts. One thing you had in mind, perhaps you talked about the rule of law, you talked about pluralism. It came to my mind that, of course, and this is perhaps under the heading of rule of law, there can't be any democracy without human rights. And once the human rights catalog is attacked or minimized or redefined, you know, you mentioned the Confucian system. This is clear an end to any form of full democracy. But could you perhaps say 2 or 3 words about the relationship between deliberative, participative democracy and the representative democracy systems that are established all over Europe?
Well, this deserves a too long answer. I'm going to try to be very synthetic, because I have to confess that I skipped this at the first point. Otherwise, I could have been talking for hours, and I don't think it's a. But yes, we need to clarify the labels. This is very important. So I'm going to follow Habermas. He's a very well-known philosopher. He is one of the, I would say, fathers of the deliberative approach. And I'm going to follow him to explain some things, because there is a huge debate on this in the academy, but also in political life, etc. And this is very important. I was referring in a very generic way to modern or contemporary democracy that is based on some elements. Usually, and I'm going to refer to this, Habermas likes the term constitutional democracy, because it, of course, has a specific historical origins in these elements that have become these core elements of how we understand this legitimate form of democracy. But also in a generic way, and I'm going to explain why Habermas did that, use this reference to constitutional democracy, because in a generic way is what we refer to, I insist, on a generic way as liberal democracy. This constitutional liberal democracy model, modern democracy that is different from the Athenian, many other experiences worldwide, etc. This is important to differentiate, because I think there is a confusion with the term liberal, especially we have some authoritarian libertarians, etc., that are using this. So politically, we have to clarify, very important. We are referring to some a type of democracy that is based on, as Stefan, you say perfectly, is based on a acceptance of an individualist base of democracy, acceptance of political and cultural and moral pluralism. And very important that this establishes the need of having these basic, what we call now human rights, basic rights, fundamental rights, just to start to speak about democracy. I like to refer to this to a first consensus, because also, and this Habermas, after, of course, in many countries, you have the debates on constitutions, you can implement this in different ways, etc. But to have this, and I insist on that, representative government, this political pluralism, rule of law, very important, and rule of law referring to, very important, this legality, in the sense that all power is subjected to legal norms, very important, separation of power, and these specific protections of basic rights. This is the original meaning of rule of law. And then the other, this is very important also, is that you need to have, of course, a pluralism of media, the providers of information, and of course, a right of association. There was a very well-known political scientist, Robert Dahl, that I think you are familiar with him, that established this is the core of these constitutional democracies, liberal democracy, in a very, very general sense. And this is the idea of democracy that has this special legitimacy in modern times, because there was a huge critique, and historians know it very well. It was dismissed, it was attacked before the World War, the World War II, and after, there was a renovation of this consensus. And this is very important. This is the core, and it includes, and I insist on that, representation. Habermas assumed that, and the problem is that many say, well, here we have a tension, of course, between what we call liberal models. Why liberal? Because they come from the tradition of some so-called liberal authors, from John Locke, to many other very well, Montesquieu, etc. And then there is the liberal part, and they were saying, and the other is, of course, to claim for citizen participation, especially the claim to vote, etc. That will be the democratic elements of this, okay? But for Habermas and other authors, they say, well, but the modern, this modern view is based on that. And of course, there are tensions between, not just between the liberal and democratic elements, but also within the liberal ones, etc. This is democracy. It's a type of regime in general that is under a lot of constructed under tensions. But this is important to claim, because within this huge framework, also there are a lot of different ways of understanding how should be implemented, with how we can have a more quality on democracy. And then, and I insist on that, there is a second use of the concept of liberal democracy. And many of the academics and activists, etc., they identified this liberal democracy in this second sense, a specific sense, is identified with a minimalist view of democracy. A minimalist, and we also call it Schumpeterian, because it was described by an economist, Schumpeter, it was from Austria, yes? That just says, well, democracy is just a system where there are different political elites that compete for the vote of the citizens. But this was his idea of an economist, and it didn't correspond with the reality and the core principles of what we call, in the generic sense, liberal democracy. This is very important, because many times when we are criticizing this liberal democracy in this specific sense, as for example Habermas does, we are referring to different things, and we need to keep the common core. And to know that we have to distinguish when it's used in a sense on the other. So the critique to some hyper-minimalist views or economic views of democracy was very popular. And then we have Hannah Arendt, and then we have Habermas, we have Rawls and many others, just stressing that that was not the main core of democracy. And some minimalist approach, they stop to be democratic, even if they have elections. And we have these in libertarian countries. No, when they have libertarian governments that they try. We have in Spain, we have Milei this week giving a huge speech and insulting everybody and saying that state is something terrible and we have to abolish. But at the same time, he was defending liberal democracy. And I was, very, very angry because it's precisely the debate and the fight for the labels and for the contents, what is now in the stage. So to finish with this, what Habermas and the liberative Democrats were thinking on were on specific versions of liberal democracy, and in this constitutional modern idea of democracy that stress some of the points. In the work of Habermas, we have this stress on what is happening in public sphere, and the need to connect what is all this that is happening through the media to connect them with institutions. But also there are some other participatory approaches that they are not so worried about the public sphere, but they are trying to change the institutions to connect them, to institutionalize. And this is the difference. Some specific citizen participation mechanisms, specifically these ordinary citizen participatory mechanisms, and specifically they have also incorporate the goal of achieving deliberation, but not in a systemic way as Habermas is doing, but as a specific way of organizing these mechanisms to achieve different things. Inclusion of ordinary citizens, very, very important, but also, and this is on the idea of deliberation, stressing that best solutions in democracy are the ones that comes after a debate, but also the ones that are oriented to a common good that is not predefined, that is articulated in the process. And also, and this is very important when we are experiencing these threats coming from the spread of disinformation, is the point that also using the best possible knowledge available. So when you now are organizing, following these strategies of international institutions, we have been seeing that this is a European project, etc. When they are trying to implement this type of participatory deliberative mechanism, in particular, is because it's very important. They force participants not just to be there as individuals, but also to learn about the different discourses, which are the political implications, but also with some technical information. This is very important, a very important point. And this explains why there is an insistence on this specific deliberative mechanism. But when we approach deliberation from a wider perspective, deliberation is a systemic property that is dependent on how, citizens, free citizens, participating with many different guises as experts, as academics, as politicians, etc. They participate on the debates that take place in the public sphere. And I think these differences are important to have in mind when we are developing these principles and organizing these activities, what is going on and why. And there is always a political approach, but also, and this is what I try to stress at the beginning, also we are trying to have or prioritize a specific goal. And this is important. And not all the goals fit at the same time.
Okay,
Thank you very much. I have to step out. It is for a few minutes. I'm sorry.
Okay, so we go with the questions from the chat. First of all, from Julia Barta. She asked, what skills or knowledge gaps have been identified in local governments or civil society groups?
Excuse me, I didn't understood the first
Yeah.
part.
I read it again. Yes. What skills or knowledge gaps have been identified in local governments or civil society groups?
In local governments, the interest on participation in local governments, well, like is all, but it multiplies, as I would say around the 2000, the first decade of these centuries. And there are some colleagues that they have tried to analyze, the different mechanisms, the different strategy, and the outcome is, I will say, there are different objectives and the different goal achieved. So the problem with some of the activities at the local level is that many times they are used by local governments in general. So what they want is really to show that they are very close to citizens and that try. So the main normative goal I was referring to is to look for legitimacy. I have to say that I'll give you an example. After, it's not just at the local level, but as I say, I was following the Conference on the Future of Europe, etc. And after I was reading the documents published by the European Union, they say it was very successful and they have implemented the use of these citizen panels. But for people from this perspective of governance, there is a very useful tool to know what citizens are thinking about that. So what before there were these pools or some consultations. So this type of activities are used, as an instrument just to act as always. So this is the risk. And with citizen participation, I think the problem is, and I remember the first contact, as I said many years ago, with the government in Madrid. At that time, it was a conservative government, and it was, a kind of need to develop these participatory plans at the local level in Spain, etc. They organized consultation with a lot of publicity, with different activities taking place in the city, etc. And at the end, we helped them to organize some activities, and it was very, very difficult to find the stakeholders, I would say, involved, etc. And the participation in Madrid at the end of this consultation, at the end of all this process, was about 2% of the population. So at the beginning, you had so big expectations and the outcomes are not so good. So this is one of the problems, and I'm sure you are very familiar with this, that you really try to mobilize, etc. And after, each mechanism has its problems, of course, and strategies, but usually you don't reach these citizens as a kind of. That's why I think what is key on this, and I wrote a more academic paper on that, precisely referring to this insistence to this big mobilization on the Conference on the Future of Europe. What is very, very important is it's not enough to organize a specific mechanism for something. It's very, very key to try to involve not just the participants, the specific participants, but to really have a good communication, to try to interest people, apart from those participating, etc. And I think this is a challenge for the ones that organize these citizen activities.
Julia, does it answer your question? Yeah. Okay, then we go further with Stefan Sindelar's question. He had two. Is there a concrete threat of mislead or staked participation being misused by authoritarian regimes? If so, could you give examples? And maybe I will give you the second question as well. Second one, in your opinion, can bad participation do more harm than not involving the citizens in certain processes, decision at all?
These are very good questions. The first one, I really believe that they can really use citizen participation. We have seen this not in different countries. For example, I'm very aware of what happened, for example, in Venezuela, that when Chavez started the change of the regime, you know, it was really the example of populist regime. He was promoting, of course, first, what we call a direct representation on the leader of citizens, a direct connection with the leader, but also he was implementing a root-based participation, so some circles of participation, and this was really, they created a kind of, I would say, patriotic police and things, so they can use this type of more specific participatory processes. I'm very concerned also on other forms that are not specific mechanism, but is that we have to be very careful with this, what we call these social movements, etc. Because what we are now seeing and I'm sure you have the experiences in some of the countries that are here present, that is on these associations and interest groups. They are really from the right and promoting authoritarian values. They are really starting to be very well organized. We had this, for example, in Brazil with these evangelical groups that really had a very, very important role on the election of Bolsonaro and other type of leaders. I refer to this mobilization of this MAGA in the States, etc. And I think we have, this is one of my warnings now, that, you know, the questions I'm more worried about, because it seems that it's a kind of also like a general push. And I think it's very threatening to democracy as we understand it. And it is spreading very, very quickly. And the other that was, can you remind me the second question that was very, very interesting? And
Yes, the second one. In your view, can bad participation do more harm than not involving citizens at all?
Well, depend on the context, again, and the type of participation. I'm going to give you an example. A recent example is not exactly at the local level. At the local level, we have everything. So in general, I don't think it's very harmful. At the local level, if you are doing this, in touch with authorities, etc., it's just that, you know, it's good for authorities just to find out a little bit the views of citizens, and this is not bad at all. So, but in other forms of participation can be more harmful. But I'm going to give you a recent examples. As you know, for example, in Chile, they had a kind of quite strong crisis with demonstrations, with violence on deaths recently after the election of I will say left-wing government, etc. And they decided to continue and start a process of renovation of the constitution. That was very, very interesting because they didn't follow the procedure that was in the constitution, but there was a huge debate, and they tried to give the chance to citizens to select the representatives on the Camera, on the committee that was making this draft of the new constitution, without using the organization of political parties and not counting with the representatives in the chambers. And that was a very, very interesting process because they tried to incorporate, deliberative dynamics, etc. And they presented really a proposal that was, and this is very important, also defended by the government in place, because sometimes, there are initiatives and the government disappears, there is no more outcomes. And it was very interesting because it was a failure. It was not supported, it was like presented as a real democracy activity, popular constitution, etc., and was rejected by indigenous people, women, even if it was, inscribed parity, didn't support it as just specific groups or identities, sorry. But at the same time, in my opinion, it opened, so it was a failure at the end. But at the same time, it produced, I would say, systemic deliberation in all the process that was good. That was good because all citizens, they realized that they were very different. That there was not just small groups oppressing the rest, and there was not this connection between different claims and different views, etc. And I think this was a very, very pedagogical, democratic activity that really was helpful at the end. So are they harmful? Some they are not successful, but I don't think neither that are harmful. But we have to be aware, as I said, because some really can be harmful. But we need to identify them. This is important. We need to really be more nuances in the discourses claiming civic participation and being aware that some of them, they are potentially harmful.
Thank you, and thank you also, everyone, for the interesting questions. I will read one more from Julia, and I think we can go on with the discussion later on if we have time. Is it okay? So would you say that the current local national governments aren't actively fighting back the far-right mobilization movements? I can think of Romanian social media landscape, TikTok and Facebook, which managed to radicalize some part of the population.
Yeah, this is related to what we have been exploring in our last project, the European project, precisely analyzing this. And I think the case in Romania is one of the cases. This is happening, and we of course, we are all witnessing what is happening in the United States. But it's happening in Europe, and in which way, some movements and groups, they can really grow fast because they have, of course, this international support, but also because they use these platforms to gain publicity, to organize, etc. That's what I started to talk about, this concern about, we have to be careful because, of course, this is also citizen participation and related to citizen participation. The question with Romania is that, of course, the candidate didn't respect all the rules, that you have to fulfill when you are participating in this type of democratic processes. And my problem is that we are all looking at the United States, and they have a weird institutionalized democracy, a very weird system in general, where there are no limits to financing parties and campaigns, and this is insane, in the sense that it has been proven, year after year, that the ones that are able to get more money, they win the elections, and this is terrible for the system, etc. But we are thinking on democracy on their terms, and I think this is very bad for our system. So in Romania, we have two types of concerns. That was, and I'm speaking with my colleagues that are lawyers. They are very worried about the lack of mechanism for the institutions that are supposed to control this, that the elections are being developed in the right way, etc. So at the end, there was this intervention of the Constitutional Tribunal that was very polemic because of that. That was not well organized. But we have discovered that it can happen in any, almost in any country in Europe, because there is this legislation of the European Union to protect elections. Some of these dispositions are compulsory, but at the same time, at the level of the state, they have not developed the right mechanisms, the procedural mechanisms to do that. But in the Romanian case, it's very important to notice that there were two things. First, it was this support of foreign states that really are preparing these campaigns, and they are intention, and they use these big platforms. And we have seen who is decided on these platforms, which are the profiles. We saw this mask in Germany, also in the campaign, etc. That is a huge risk for our democracy. And in the Romanian campaign, there was a second thing that is very important. Is, I insist, they have to follow the rules, especially those that balance the financing of parties, and they control the financing. So even if the candidate in this term and this party says, well, we are not spending any money, we just, go to the social network and we do our campaign, and they say, no, somebody is helping you, and this is not, you are not following this. We have a very little case, a small case in Spain of a candidate that creates just a platform around him. It's called Albice, and now is a deputy in the European Parliament, and was saying the same. Well, I'm not spending money. All these, politicians, they use public money, etc. So they are really following the discourse of the missing democratic politics, the missing the role of the political parties, etc. And this is a huge risk. And they claim to be, representing the ordinary citizens that are tired of all these procedures and constraints, etc. They want a real democracy.
Thank you, Elena.
Thank you also from our side. Thank you for the engaging Q&A. I would like to, just a technical thing. Okay, sorry. I would like to move to the next session. So for the first case study, let's meet our first presenter. This is Irene Alonso Tuisido. You might be seeing the agenda just right now. She's a sociologist at European Alternatives, managing the Democratic Odyssey. Irene, can you hear us?
I do hear you.
Hello there.
Hello.
Welcome. Hello.
Thank you.
Maybe for the beginning, would you mind introducing yourself in 1-2 sentences, and then we would like to move to your case study with transnational participation.
Of course.
Thank you.
So, yes, my name is Irene Alonso. I currently work for European Alternatives, which is an organization based in several places across Europe, Berlin, Palermo, and Paris. We work on the intersection of the promotion of democracy and culture beyond the nation state. So I think that's why I'm here, well suited to talk about transnational participation. I'm going to share my screen and see if everything works nicely. So are you all seeing my screen right now?
Yes, it's working well for us, at least.
Great. So I wanted to say that for the past year, I've been working as a project manager of this specific this specific exercise on deliberative democracy at a transnational level, and that is a project that is called the Democratic Odyssey. So the idea for this presentation is to first start with a bit of a frame on what is transnational participation. And after,
Irene, sorry to interrupt you just shortly. It's loading. Your screen is loading right now. It stopped somehow. So maybe just like a quick double check on a technical thing.
Okay. So you cannot see it at all?
No, just a loading sign.
So let's start this again.
maybe just in the meantime, until we resolve the presentation issue, there was also a question for Nadia from the earlier presentation. We will come back to this question later, or Nadia, maybe if you are up to it, you can answer the question in the chat in the meantime. So the question is not forgotten just because of the technical difficulty. Thank you.
Yes, sure.
Irene, I think it's working now, or at least from my side.
So I think the issue is that when I click on the slideshow, it doesn't show. Am I right? Okay, so no slideshow. You see the whole screen. Great. Yes, so I was saying that I've been the project manager of this particular exercise on transnational participation called the Democratic Odyssey. And the idea for presenting today the case study to you is to frame a bit what is transnational participation, and then enter into the different examples of deliberative participation that are out there, and particularly what has happened with the Democratic Odyssey. So, why transnational participation matters? I'm understanding transnational participation as this process in which different people, and I want to mark the word people instead of saying citizens, because citizens have rights to citizenship, and I do not think that those that do not have a right of citizenship shouldn't participate. So for me, transnational participation is a method in which people come together to take decisions across and beyond the nation state. However, before when I was listening to Elena and the different reflections on participation, I was also thinking that we tend to understand participation, and particularly deliberative processes, as those that are in intersection with institutions. However, if I look at the concept of transnational participation, that concept goes indeed beyond those structures in which we can actually be embedded within the decision-making process, no? If I think of transnational participation, I also must think of social movements, such as Friday for Future or the global movement that happened in the 1990s. All of that, it makes the collective imaginary of what transnational participation is and why it matters. Well, first, because global problems need global voices. I cannot imagine a world in which we talk about climate change from our separate corners. When climate change is one of these intersectional topics that basically touches every single one of us. And therefore, we all need a certain way of being embedded in that process of decision-making across borders. And when I speak about climate change, I can also speak about war. I can speak about particular crises, such as the climate crisis, the economic crisis. But I can also speak about pandemics, and how the fact that if we within Europe would have tackled the topic of the pandemic from a national standpoint, it is highly possible that some of the countries within Europe wouldn't have had access to vaccines. There's also a point on why it matters when it comes to democratic legitimacy beyond the nation state. The reality is that there's specific structures that are taking decisions on our behalf, and that us as people do not have access to change those decisions, because there is a lack of legitimacy or lack of accountability towards those institutions. Yesterday, I was actually having dinner with some friends that are working in the Commission, and we were reflecting on the fact of how a few years ago, the Commission would be particularly interested in integrating the term Green Deal in every single of their policy briefings. And right now, it's just simply gone. It's it absolutely disappears on behalf of industry or defense. And in here is where it comes the democratic legitimacy that we need in a transnational sphere, as in how is it possible that because of the changes of narrative or ideology or current global context, we just simply stop seeing something that might matter to all citizens. A third point is on solidarity across borders, and perhaps this is the theme that touches me the most as a person that is a practitioner in transnational participation, because what we see there when we put together people that comes from different countries is that from a very polarizing view about the world and perhaps also a very isolated view and mindset, when they get together in a room and start realizing that, yes, there's a particular local context that crosses you, but there's also a systemic reality that affects us all, you see in there how the empathy, the trust, and the confidence is created. So like there is a sense of transformation that happens because of that transnational participation. And the last framing is on democratic innovation and learning. No, I mean, doing transnational participation, it's also a question of how we explore the different possibilities of our democracy, but also how we experiment and learn from it. I wanted to show you some examples on particularly transnational deliberative participation. I mean, I guess I'm talking to a familiarized room on what deliberation is, but just to like set a bit the frame, and Elena before was also going back to it. The idea is that deliberative process aim to randomly select people, usually citizens, and they are selected on the basis of a mini public. So there is a specific demographic, socio-demographic that aims to build a diversity of people that are represented in that space to take decisions. And therefore there's like a reduction of elitism, but there's also a representation of society as such. This decision, I mean, this creation, this construction of a mini public then comes together with a process of deliberation in which participants are not there as individuals that come to speak on behalf of their own voices, but rather there is a facilitation process that aims to moderate a space in which they come together to propose recommendations that are based on common ground, on an idea of what is best for the society at large. There are several examples out there of transnational deliberative participation. The Conference on the Future was just mentioned before, and I just highlighted these three. First of all, yes, the Conference on the Future of Europe is a very interesting example because it was called by the European Parliament and the European Commission. They've gathered a total of 800 citizens, particularly, coming from across Europe. And it was a combination of online and in-person moments. Logistically, it was very, very impressive to see. And the idea was to involve EU citizens directly in shaping EU policy. There's various criticisms when it comes to the Conference of Europe, and I'm just going to mention a couple of them so then we understand the Odyssey in sort of counterposition to it, if I can make that claim. The Conference on the Future of Europe, first of all, perhaps it ended up being an example that could have expanded more than it did, as in it was one and only time that this happened. There was also a sense of the agenda or what the output that came from the conference is something that was perhaps shaped by the organizers, by the people that were somehow coordinating that conference, because it felt that it was very fitted with what were next steps in the different agendas of the European Commission. And perhaps there was a criticism in there when it comes to inclusion, as in, was it really a diverse sort of mirror of the society, of representing Europe at large? And there was a lack of systemic communication or campaigning, as in not many people outside of the Brussels sphere would have learned about the Conference on the Future of Europe. There's another example that I find very interesting on transnational deliberative participation, and that is the Global Assembly that happened in 2021 with, it was in synergy, or aiming to be part of a synergy with COP26 in Glasgow. This assembly was consortium of various different organizations across different continents, in which they did first mini assemblies in those territories, and then they came together online with various difficulties also when it comes to languages. But the idea was for them to draft recommendations on climate change and present them at COP in Glasgow. The last example and the case study in which I will enter now is the Democratic Odyssey. The reason I was perhaps mentioning the conference on the future of Europe criticism is because there is, definitely the Democratic Odyssey was born because of that criticism. In 2020, when different academics and intellectuals started to think about this idea of a permanent People's Assembly, and somehow started to imagine this project, the Democratic Odyssey, they were also doing it because they saw that perhaps what we didn't want was a system of deliberation that was somehow embedded particularly to an institution and was brought up in a very top-down manner. Perhaps there was a possibility for transnational participation that would happen through the lenses of civil society, bringing it together, of having a combination of local and transnational governance put together, but also of having a sense of not only citizens but people coming into that space. This was the idea. This was where it started, and what has happened up until now. I'm gonna move my slide. And what has happened so far is that the Democratic Odyssey as a project received funding from CERF, and it was finally possible to actually do a set of citizen assemblies or rather an assembly that would be itinerant, that would travel through different cities across Europe, and that would prove that it is indeed possible to have transnational participation with lower budgets, perhaps with more inclusion, but also with a sense of breaking this Brussels bubble into different spheres across the continent. So as I said, there is a crowdsourced, decentralized, collaborative campaign developing a concept and strategy to institutionalize a permanent People's Assembly. It's important to mention this because nobody asked the Democratic Odyssey to be formed from an institution, from a government. No government came and gave us a mandate in which they said, we are interested in you doing this transnational exercise and bringing us recommendations. It was done because there was a collective group of people, of civil society organizations, academics, and so on and so forth, that were interested in proving that this concept is actually possible, so that we start a campaign on how to build a permanent People's Assembly. It means that the end goal is to have an institution that represents people at EU level, and therefore one day each of us might receive a letter in our house to go and take decisions at that level of governance. The timeline of the project in itself has been as follows. It has started in Athens back in September, and we've moved with various different ways of putting together transnational participation, from on-site gatherings in Athens, in Florence, and in Vienna recently, 2 weeks ago, to also online gatherings, which was a way for us to bring all participants together, and different webinars. We were particularly providing specific learnings to citizens on EU functioning or several things such as emotions in politics, or how to concretely deliberate and communicate with one another. If we look at each of the moments, on-site moments, and what happened there, it started in Athens, gathering 200 participants. Those 200 participants were actually randomly selected. We had a combination of people that were coming from Greece, but also we've put a lot of emphasis on people that were actually living in Greece, but not Greeks. We call them the internationals of Greece. And we've also brought transnational participants, about 50 people, from different countries across Europe. Furthermore, in Athens, we've put an emphasis on recruiting global citizens. We wanted that all types of people would be represented in the assembly, and therefore we've built partnerships with Refugees Welcome, with different organizations working in the country, for them to inform that this was happening, and these participants to be able to register themselves and join. We had a total of 20 people that were coming, particularly from Northern Africa, but we've also had people coming from Asia that were already based in Athens. And what happened in Athens throughout this weekend was that the topic that was decided for the members of the assembly to deliberate on was on crisis management. We thought that, and this was, a thought process, a collective thought process that happened in the consortium of the project. They thought that crisis management was a topic in which it was necessary to reflect, first of all, because it would cross every single country and every single person that was part of the assembly, but also because probably the crisis management is one of those topics in which we can see how it can be managed differently in the moment that all type of people are included in the decisions. In Athens, the discussions that they had were very diverse, and were coming from a lived experience of the participants. They would mention the pandemic, they would mention the economic crisis, they would mention the migrant crisis, and all of these sort of situated the topic into basically a collective way of understanding crisis that reflects on various forms. From Athens, we moved to Florence, and not without difficulties, I have to say. 60 of the people that were present in that city were moved to Florence, and in Florence we've recruited new people to join the assembly. Perhaps one of the there were two main difficulties here to do the switching between one assembly and the other. The first one was, we've had these discussions in Athens. How do we make sure that what has been said is actually fairly represented in Florence. The second difficulty was we've had a total of 200 people in Athens, and now 60 are moving to Florence. Obviously, they have a sense of ownership towards what has happened because they were part of the first assembly. How do we make sure now that the new people that we are recruiting in Florence are as much owning the process as the ones that were present in the first assembly? And we've managed that through the form of trade-offs. We've realized that what we've discussed or what participants brought up in Athens had a sense of agonistics, as in they were somehow working in opposites. Let me just give you an example. For example, how is it possible to manage crisis without people actually being embedded in the decision making, but how we might possibly need and somehow authoritative figure in the moment of crisis to actually mark the way and be able to take fast decisions. Anyway, I'm looking at the time and probably extended myself way too much, but I just wanted to say that we've played with those agonistics for them to own the process, but also for them to come up with policy recommendations that we finally finalized in Vienna with 120 participants, 60 of them coming from Athens and from Florence, and 60 new participants that joined in Austria. We were able to put together a citizen charter that, first of all, would speak on the recommendations of what might happen when citizens are involved in crisis management. But also, this citizen charter is a document that anchors a roadmap for democratic renewal and collective resilience. I'm looking at Laura just to see if I have still some time left.
I just wanted to make a short note. If we can make you, if we can kindly ask you to make it a bit brief at this point, because we are running out of time, it would be great. So we have a bit of time also for questions. If there are
Yes,
any
I wanted to finish by, focusing a bit on the lessons learned, and I'm gonna try to go as fast as possible through this table.
Thank you.
It was great to be invited here and to reflect a bit on the Democratic Odyssey, because it has also put sort of like my brain into different understandings of like success and lessons learned. And I was reflecting on these 5 different areas and what has happened in the project. And what I've noticed is that, for example, when it comes to transnational participation, I feel that the project in itself has managed to bring diverse participants from across Europe and create these sort of like cross-border deliberation spaces. But, and it's a big but, as even as a way of us experimenting with transnational participation, we've also noticed how difficult it is to balance representation, but also like how resource intensive it is. Like every 3 months having to go through process of randomly selecting people in specific cities. It's been a super interesting but also complicated exercise. When it comes to deliberative innovation, I have found it fascinated that throughout this assembly cycle, we've used various ways of facilitating, including like artistic interventions. And this has created also a deconstruction when it comes to deliberation from a perspective of actually feeding participants into specific themes to understanding participants as people with their own experience and people that can also bring to the table what they feel or different ways of expressing it. So that was like a change in the pedagogy of deliberation that I found very interesting. And particularly perhaps, and I finish here, when it comes to civic empowerment, it was very fascinating to see how participants that started in Athens finalized in Vienna with an incredible sense of confidence and ownership, not only on what we were doing, but also on their capacity to actually take decisions in whatever matter, and a sense of empowerment that came through them, as in, we are here and we are as we shall be as included as anyone to be part of these processes. And perhaps a note on the impacts of having done a transnational process that wasn't called for. It's the fact that there is a certain management of expectations that we've needed to do throughout the process for people to understand it as something that might not just be implemented, but as part of a campaign that we're building. I'm going to leave it there. My apologies for extending myself.
Irene, thank you very much. No, it was really insightful, your presentation. We do have a question in the chat. We will not forget this question. We will come back to it in a Q&A after Eva is finished with the case study 3. So please write us your questions. We will collect them, and in the end, all will be answered, I'm sure. For the case study number 2, I would like to ask Stefan. Stefan, do we see you? Are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here. I just was
Hello.
on top of the list, I guess. Hi.
Hello, great. A short introduction, CEO of the European Capital of Democracy, a non-profit promoting democratic governance and strengthening social cohesion through participation and awareness in Europe. And in this moment, I will give the floor to you to further elaborate on regional and local participation.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. I hope that my slideshow is loading and that you can all see it.
Perfect.
Fantastic.
Yes.
It is good to see you all here. We are collaborating with many of you, including the Democratic Odyssey. So I was on this photo at City Hall. Thank you, Irene, for presenting this most interesting transnational case. We here at European Capital of Democracy focus a bit more on the local and regional level, because we have many great examples and collected and built databases over the years to show that democracy at this level, at least, does still deliver. And maybe there are some answers also regarding the keynotes, the most interesting keynote that we heard in the beginning of this conference, hidden in here. At least I hope so. So what is European Capital of Democracy? We are a non-profit organization founded in 2021 by the Innovation in Politics Institute. And our mission is to promote democratic governance and strengthen social cohesion. When we founded or had the idea for European Capital of Democracy, it sounded like a nice to have. But over the years, and all the more recently, we feel that this mission is getting more and more important, unfortunately, and that the social cohesion and working more with all the population that is here in Europe, and not only citizens, as has been stressed by many, is more important than ever. And how we want to do this is by selecting a European Capital of Democracy every year. We noticed over the years with our Innovation in Politics Awards and the Agnomios conference and the networks that we created by hosting these events, that there are so many great things happening out there with civil society, with administrations, with citizens, with companies even, but they are very scattered across our continent. And the European Capital of Democracy is a stage to bring many things that are happening together, to make use of synergies and to connect those innovators that are trying to make things better together with the citizens. As you see here, every city that contests for the title that applies to become the next capital of democracy joins a network, the so-called European City Network, which currently holds 24 cities from 15 European countries. And Vienna is just concluding its democracy year this November. It was following Barcelona as the first ever capital of democracy. And in 2026, we'll go to Portugal, to the Atlantic coast, and the city of Cascais near Lisbon will take over. Our city network was supported by a Network of Towns grant, where we hosted 15 webinars and also 6 physical meetings over the last 18 months. And we were discussing various topics in those webinars and physical meetings, including digital participation, environmental sustainability, but also dealing a lot with youth, or how to be inclusive and reach those parts of the population that would not automatically participate in such processes, because sometimes they're lacking the right to vote, sometimes they're lacking the language skills, or they simply think that those processes, those decisions are nothing that touches upon their lives. All the recordings from those previous webinars and summaries of our physical meetings can be found on our website and on our YouTube channel, so you can browse them and also see what we discussed and which topics have successfully been dealt with in different cities, and also how those topics have been dealt with, because we invited the experts hosting the platforms, designing the methods to work with those citizens. So all of this can be found on YouTube and our website. In our physical meetings, and I will just keep the video as a little bit of entertaining element after so many presentations. In our physical meetings, we try to look behind the scenes, to talk to the people running the projects, to also very openly in a safe space discuss which challenges administrations or civil society organizations, associations faced when they tried to implement solutions. And we collected all the findings and key outcomes of this 18-month project in a yearbook that you can download, and I will share this presentation and the link after the conference. But we also launched a showroom that collects hundreds of projects that the cities put forward and are currently working on, and also includes project ideas that the cities have committed to work on in the near future. I will just wait a second so you can see that it is really a beautiful place we will go to next year, because these are all scenes from Cascais in Portugal, one of our physical meetings this year. These are just screenshots from the showroom that we launched recently and the yearbook. If any of you is interested, there's a digital version, but they can also provide a printed version of the yearbook. And then, because this conference is also about climate adaptation and the environment, I tried to put together some samples from this European City Network projects that might be highly relevant for participants. Of course, there's many more, but we thought Decidim, as a platform that originated in one of our member cities, Barcelona, is free, is open source, is further developed by a community, has proven to be a great tool on different levels to organize and manage participatory processes. Now, I am not the person who will present those projects in detail, but I can connect you with the people running the projects if any of you is interested. And you can find more information on the links in this presentation and in our showrooms, of course. The next example I want to bring to you from Vienna is the participatory Kids and Youth Million and the Vienna climate teams. That's the only city where I selected 2 projects because I found 2 aspects very interesting. The participatory Youth Million is fascinating because it starts in kindergartens and schools, elementary schools. So really at a very, very young age, with toolkits, with games, kids are presented or are invited to create ideas. Then they are asked to prioritize and select ideas. And at the end, there even is a funding part. So it's a participatory decision which of those projects that have been created in this activity will actually be funded and implemented. So it's the full cycle, and it shows that no one is too young and that everybody has the experience and the knowledge to be involved in decisions. And the other project is the Vienna Climate Teams. This is a participatory way of making districts, the district level, climate fit in the future. And it is famous for also covering the full cycle of discussing the challenges, identifying the hotspots, identifying potential solutions, and then making tough decisions based on the existing resources and availabilities and also impacts of the projects together. It is done in many languages. It reaches out to parts of the population that are hard to reach. And it has not only been done in the more wealthy and easy to reach inner districts, but in different and also large Viennese districts with very mixed populations. So those two projects I can really recommend doing a deep dive in. And the last one I wanted to share from the ECN is the Adept Kashkaish Fund, because this project is using rather limited financial resources to support the plethora of different citizens' ideas and associations' ideas. And one I want to mention because it is so fascinating. It is very costly to renaturalize, is that the word? I think so. Riverbeds in cities, if you do it the proper way via the administration. But via Adept Kashkaish Fund, the citizens renaturalized, I think, 5 kilometers of a river flowing through Kashkaish. And it was done at a very low cost and following the latest best practice in doing this. Together with the citizens, they actually make a huge impact. They consult them, they provide limited financial resources, and they help the teams organize themselves and promote their projects across the city. And this has a fascinating impact, as I said, with a very limited fund and leaving the lead with the actual citizens in their environments and districts. I'm nearing the end, and don't worry, I hope I'm not too long. We celebrate projects, innovative projects, and the people behind them every year in the Innovation in Politics Awards. Registrations are now open for this year's edition on 17th September in Vienna. 80 finalists will be invited to come here across 8 categories and present their projects at the awards gala, where one of them in each category will receive the prize. But the most important thing is that there also is an exchange conference. And this is really organized like a fair with tables on different topics based on categories and partners we have, where people come together, exchange, look at all the projects, and make those connections that help them implement things better in the future or tackle difficult challenges that have already been tackled successfully elsewhere. We also created a database, a showroom from the Innovation in Politics Awards, and it features even more projects than the European City Network because it has been around since 2017. And here you can see, and I noticed that many people from Ukraine are also amongst the organizers and the participants of this conference. Kiev is a special member city in our network in an honorary role. But here we see that even in a full-scale war, democracy must not die under this attack. And that many initiatives have been launched to include citizens when it is incredibly hard to gather physically or to even go voting. This is one example that has already been awarded last year in 2024. There also is a recent one called Vicentry Hub, and maybe it will be presented later on in the best practice from Ukraine. But it is amazing and incredible what is achieved in many municipalities and cities in Ukraine at this very moment, even during the attacks. Here we see another example in a rather difficult environment, and it has been mentioned before as well, Turkey. There is still a lively and well-connected civil society scene in Turkey, and there are some hotspots where it can convene. We have this city of Izmir in our network, which is also a safe haven for the LGBTIQ community still. But here we want to showcase a project from Ankara called Reassemble, because it really, over a long time, many years, brought together 2,500 people, I think 2,000 stakeholders and 500 citizens to tackle different challenges in a very polarized and not participative environment overall. And it was done very successfully and can be looked at in our showroom of the Innovation in Politics Awards. And the very last one I wanted to share with you is a different scale. Here we are in Czech Republic, which also is not the most fertile ground for participation in civil society in some parts, but change it. I cannot be sure about the Czech pronunciation, so I leave it at the English title. In the small city of Ryšany, shows that there is no lower limit to participation. The methods they use are really suitable for very small villages and municipalities and can be achieved with minimal resource input. And they have implemented great projects, and you see the impact that involving citizens has, and also the higher acceptance of the distribution of resources, distribution of public spaces, or the prioritization of certain projects over the others. If you do it together and jointly, it is much more likely to be accepted, and people feel and have the proof that their voice is heard and that they actually decide what is done next in their city or municipality. So these were the examples I wanted to give. And the very last slide and information is that we accept new member cities in the near future. As of September 2025, cities are invited again to join European Capital of Democracy, to join this great European city network. And if you have any good cities in mind, because we don't know all of them, or have connections to those cities or civil society organizations active in these cities, please do reach out to us or recommend them to visit our website. That was it for me. And now I hope there is still a little bit of time for questions or maybe even a quick coffee.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you for providing such compelling examples and giving examples. Also the invitation to join you. It's always great to share. And with this, I would like to welcome Eva with the case study, Participation in Rural Areas. Eva is a founder and board chair of the association Civic, an inspiring example of intermunicipal cooperation, where it activates communities across 9 villages and 3 municipalities, transforming the region into a hub of sustainable tourism and development. And I hope with this, I give you some time to set up the technical presentation for you that Anna is playing just now.
There's some audio issue on your side, Vanessa, just to make you aware.
Okay, thank you. I'll check while Eva is presenting. Thank you very much. Eva, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be here among some old friends. No, we are all young, but friends for many years, let's say. Thank you, Stefan, for inviting me. I was listening very careful, and it's been very interesting to see how this funnel goes from very high level, European level, then regional level. We're going to a very, very local level now, and I will take you to a beautiful place in Bulgaria, and I will just show you pictures. It is the Devetaki Plateau region. It is a region of great natural beauty, as you might see from the pictures. If you can change the slide, please. It was like 18 years ago when I got there in one of the villages, and I stayed there ever since. So it was a region that was mostly a geographic notion known from our textbooks, my textbook as well, but nobody knew anything about it. It was quite underdeveloped and in a very low demographic, let's say, situation, and going down, like in many rural areas in Bulgaria. So we gathered together like 9 villages. You can press the animation, please. 9 villages in 3 municipalities, and in 2 different regions, planning regions, even NUTS regions. And what did we decide? We decided to make an association. We decided to start working together for the future of this, let's say, almost dying rural area. Next slide, please. So we spoke to the people. We started to introduce modern technologies. Some of our first projects were to really get some internet to the villages. It might sound very funny now, but 18 years ago, this was an issue. Next slide, please. And we started to make meetings with the people in the villages. We organized many meetings, talking to the people on how they imagine the future of their villages, of their area would look if they had no limitations, if they could really draw the picture of the desired future for them and their villages. And the municipalities, there are 3 municipalities in this region. One of them is very small, the other 2 are quite big, but they all have villages in our region. So they stood behind us from the very start, and they are still behind us, supporting every step that we take together. So we work to resume so far, we work together with the local communities, and we work very, very closely with the municipalities. And what we do usually, this is a very interesting approach we studied from our Swiss partners years ago. It's a picture and it is in Bulgarian, but it is called Future Search Conference. It has nothing to do with the Conference for the Future of Europe because it is a one-time event. It's a 2-day event that is done once. And you get about, let's say, 100 stakeholders together from all the villages that we work with. And we started to draw the future of our region. This is actually how the whole, the room, the event space looks like. These are the tables with the different stakeholders sitting together on the different tables. Next slide, please. You can see some pictures on from this Future Search Conference. We have done several in our region so far. We are very often invited to help other regions and other rural areas organize such events because it really gets a lot of energy and a lot of people involved with all their expertise that they have, because everyone, no matter of his age and background, education, everyone is an expert in something. And it is good that this kind of Future Search Conference provokes all the positive energy and the ideas and the suggestions that people have. Here we have also representatives of the municipalities, as well as of the schools and cultural centers, the mayors of the villages, and active people from the whole region. Next slide, please. So what we found out together at our first Future Search Conference, that our region has a rich natural and cultural potential, that there are many active people in the villages that are motivated to work for a positive change, and that the development of the region can be redirected from agriculture that did not work anymore to give jobs to the people to tourism. There was no tourism development that far in the region, so we had to start from scratch. But we decided that we can only do that if we unite our efforts. That's why we established our organization, and it has more than 120 people at present. Next slide, please. These are some of the ideas the people drew. They could express their ideas in different ways. Here, this group decided to draw pictures. I can tell you that some of these ideas that were given, that were suggested like 18, 17 years ago, most of them are already implemented, and we have other ideas and we implement other ideas as well. Next slide, please. So you can see here some of the work we have done, small-sized projects in the villages. We made some shelters for tourists and local people to sit. We cleaned some eco paths to some natural sites that could be attractive for the tourists. And you can see that we used a lot of people from the local communities, like volunteers. We found some external resources, but we also had resources from the municipalities and techniques from the local businesses. This tractor that you see is from the local farmer. Next slide, please. We also had some small projects for the local people. For example, we fixed this clock tower, which hadn't worked for maybe 25 years because people had got so much used to seeing it not working that it didn't come to their mind. So we provoked them to think about any kind of changes that they could initiate and work for. Next slide, please. Here you can see some of the natural sites that we have. So we tried to develop them, to socialize them, to promote them, and to attract some tourists. Next slide. This place was a landfill. It was full of waste. It was actually piled with waste. So we cleaned like 3 big trucks of waste from this place, and now it's a very, very beautiful viewpoint, a belvedere where tourists come and make photos. There is a great view, a canyon with even a pair of black storks that can often be seen there, very rare kind of bird. So we did this with the support of some students in architecture and of course the local people and the municipality. Next slide, please. We do a lot of local volunteering activities like planting trees or cleaning or feeding some birds, etc. Next slide. With the help of the local people, and we do a lot to promote the area. For example, at this picture you can see that we invited some photographers to make a photo plein air, and then we used their pictures for traveling exhibition around Bulgaria to promote the beauty of our area and promote it as a tourist destination. Next one, please. So we decided that we need also a cultural calendar, and the local cultural centers suggested that we make a folklore fest. So you can see some pictures from it. We have been organizing it ever since the first time in 2008, when it was in 2008 it was promoted, and so the people are very happy because it was their idea, it was their initiative, and they participate very actively in it. Next one, please. Then we said, if we have folklore, why not jazz? So we decided to make a rural jazz festival in the middle of nowhere. Next slide, please. You can just go on with some pictures. It's a beautiful place. We do it just on the meadow. We have a lot of people and very, very high level. You can stop here. Together with the high level musicians, we also have the local ladies from the Folklore Cultural Center who are very eager every year to participate in our jazz festival, and they are very proud that they are always invited. So this is again an example of really getting the initiative and the participation of the people. So because it's very important for their motivation. Next slide, please. We also have within our jazz festival a very nice event, Jazz for Kids, and it is also addressed to the local young families with kids, which I would rather say become more and more every year, and also from the whole country. Next slide. And then our great pride is recently we renovated an old mill which looked like that into this kind of building. The mill was a municipal property, and they decided to lease it. We are renting it now for a 10 years period. So we found resources, external resources, but also some local support from volunteers and from local materials, and we were able to really make it a new, give it a new life and make it an information and training center. You can change the slide again. It's a rural business academy now. You can see pictures from before and after. You can quickly go on with the pictures. We have a lot of trainings here. You can see some groups. We do a lot of trainings to support other rural areas in the country to share our experience, but we also do music, arts, and other events in the old mill with the new life, let's say. And recently, we are a part of a very interesting project which has to do with participation. It is called Smart Era, and it is within the Horizon Plus program of the EU. It's a 4-year project with 22 partners, and it has 6 pilot areas, 6 pilot rural regions in Finland, Spain, Italy, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Slovenia, and Bulgaria. We are a part of it. And the idea is to really make community-led rural development through identifying challenges and finding some solutions, including technological solutions towards the modern development of rural areas. So we had some community meetings in all the villages. We have held a lot of meetings with the 3 municipalities, the mayors and the administration, also the city councils. And we organized very interesting co-design workshops. This is a methodology of Foundation Bruno Kassler, who are the main coordinator of the project. So at these co-design workshops with the people from the villages and the local authorities and all the different stakeholders, we have developed, we have identified the deficits and challenges, and we have been developing smart innovation packages. These packages consist of different, let's say, technological and non-technological, digital and non-digital solutions that are in a package that are aimed at really addressing some of the challenges in the rural areas. Next slide, please. So what we have defined and what we are working now on is one of the biggest challenges of the local community in the small rural areas is the access to health services in the villages. So one of our smart innovation packages is aimed at addressing this this challenge. So we are seeking for a technological solution. We already identified some, let's say, elements of it, and are working on an open call that will be soon announced. And also, we are in this package. We are including some information and training activities, working with the medical doctors and the nearby hospitals in the towns, as well as some other elements in order to really involve everybody, not only in identification and use of the, let's say, product, but also in the delivery of the solutions. And the second, the second challenge we are addressing and we are working on within this Smart Era project is to foster community-led sustainable tourism development. So most of the things I told you in the beginning are will be, let's say, set or put on a next level. We will get more modern technologies to be able to promote more successfully and to develop to sustainably develop tourism in the rural area, because this is the only let's say way to its economic development. Next slide, please. Yes, some numbers you can see from 2010 to 2024. Sorry, I didn't translate the legend. Anyway, the blue pills that you see are the number of tourists in thousand. So in 2010 we had like 15,000 tourists for the year in the whole region, and in 2024 we have 210,000 tourists in the area. We have the red ones are the local accommodations. So if we had 2 accommodation places with 12 beds in 2010, now we have 58 accommodation places, small guest houses and small hotels with 780 beds. Maybe it would sound very small for the scope of Vienna and other cities that we've been talking about today, but for us this is a great jump, so to say, and it is all because of citizen participation. It is all because of the local people being together the motor of their own development. Next slide, please. So if you remember the map of the geographical notion of the Devetaki Plateau, now the map metaphorically and physically looks like that. There are many places for the tourists to visit, there are places to stay, and there are places for them to leave their money. And we have a very active local community and very, very supportive local governments in the 3 municipalities. I think I have to stop so far. Welcome to the Devetaki Plateau. We will be glad to host you there anywhere.
Thank you, Eva. Thank you for these beautiful examples and personal dimension to your case study. We did receive several questions in the chat, so I will give the word to Laura to read them out to you.
Yes. So we had questions to each case studies, but we had 3 different to Eva. I will need to look for it because there are many questions and activities. So Eva, participants ask you about the involvement of mayors and municipality and also the engagement of the community. How did you solve this? Were there specific call to actions, or how did you go on with this?
With a lot of discussions, with using these different instruments of participatory, let's say, discussing. I think that in rural areas, especially, digital participation does not really work. It's face-to-face discussions. It's a lot of talking to the people and involving both the municipalities and the local communities from the very beginning. If we have a project idea, for example, let me just illustrate very simply. At the moment, there is a program in Bulgaria that supports projects related to water supply, because we have a big problem with water supply. So we went to the different villages, we spoke with the municipalities, and the people were suggesting what kind of activities we could have. So we included their ideas. It's about repairing some of the reservoirs that they have in the villages. And now we are going to implement, we got the funding. It's a small funding, of course, but we got the funding and we are starting to implement the project. So at every step, we are involving the people, we are asking the people, we ask for their suggestion and for their knowledge and expertise. And it's the same with the municipalities. We always say, we can support this and this in the villages, but we need your support as well, be it technical or moral or administrative or sometimes financial. And it is very interesting that although in these 18 years I've been talking about, many governments have changed in the 3 municipalities. They are always supportive to our measures, to our activities, because they see that it's a win-win. That if the people in the villages win something from us, it means that the municipalities win as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the communities also, they are very much how to say, motivated from the fact that their ideas are implemented practically. And this is extremely important, because I would say citizen participation as such as notion it's a quite an abstract notion, especially when it comes to people 60 plus in the distant rural areas. So if you talk about participation, they will just not listen to you. But if you talk of problems and solutions, and if they see that their ideas are really being put in implementation, then it works.
Thank you. It's a great initiative, and it's great to see how it evolves and develops. So thank you for presenting it. The next question is to Stefan Sindelar, I guess. Stefan Livgena asked, transnational participation is hampered by the lack of the transnational public sphere. See the European Citizens Initiative that lacks a common EU public sphere. How to overcome this? Are cross-border participative processes we see between Czech Republic and Bavaria, or Czech Republic and Poland the starting point?
In fact, it was addressed to Irene, excuse me.
To Irene, okay, sorry. Then we pass it to Irene.
I wanted to say the same.
Sorry, it came late a bit.
But should I answer, or it's better just to focus on the presentations? I don't know. You want me to answer now?
Irene Alonso, it was to Irene.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, Elena, we hear you, but I think the question was to Irene Alonso.
To Irene, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, there's a confusion
confusing.
between my name and your name, Elena. Thank you for the question, Stefan. I mean, I personally don't know about the cross-border participative processes between the Czech Republic or Bavaria. I mean, I would love to hear about them, but particularly looking at the European citizen panels, I completely agree with you. It lacks a common EU public sphere. And I truly, it's really difficult for me to imagine what's the possible way of actually overcoming this. I've been part of the European citizen panels in the past as an observer and an evaluator of the processes. And it was very interesting to see people coming together in there and talking about the specific topics. Perhaps I have a good memory of the one that touched on food and food waste. However, it was curious when you talk to participants that were present there, how they were coming from it was a bit difficult to manage the process in terms of how do we create the public sphere even with the participants that are present there. As in, I would talk to participants of the European Citizen Panel that were coming from Spain, for example, and then they would tell me, well, in the moment that I've realized that I was invited to this process, I would go and read whatever sort of like policy has come up in my own country to bring it up to the panel itself. And what you notice is that there has to be, even there in that space, a process in which participants themselves understand that they are not coming to that space because of them being selected representatives of a specific country, but because they belong to a general public sphere that is European. So it's interesting how, if we are even having difficulties to create such public sphere in the space in itself, in the panel in itself, how can we do it further and beyond? And I mean, some strategies come to mind. For me, media attention is key. If you are going to build deliberative spaces at EU level, make sure that every single TV or every single, I don't know, even influencer in social media is aware or has some sort of like partnership to populate this discourse and bring it to the local level. But also it has to go the other way around. It's not only about building the public sphere at EU level, and therefore, like sort of from a top-down dimension, bringing it down to the local. But we have to bring the local level to the European one. I mean, right now, Eva, with your example, I was just fascinated how beautiful, but also how easy it is to see. As in, there is a very concrete proposal here, and therefore, with this very concrete proposal, we are able to make a point with politicians, no matter whether the politicians are changing through continuous elections, but they see the overall necessity of having that participation present. So the question here for the public sphere is, how do we make sure that from these very concrete proposals, we are able to bring it at an abstract level and create that public sphere so that everybody sees? Yeah.
Thank you very much for the engaging discussion. We're very happy for the questions coming in. I hope you will forgive us a bit of a time lapse today. We will catch up later today. If there are any more questions for the presenters from the case studies 1 to 3, please write them in the chat. I'm sure they're willing to answer them also in the chat in the meantime. Because of the time, we have to move to the case study 4, where I would like to kindly ask Anastasia to join us. Anastasia Busaileva, coordinator at ALDA Ukraine, leads efforts to promote democratic governance, youth engagement, and the recovery of the-occupied Ukrainian territories. The case study is Participation in Exile and at Home, Ukraine. Anastasia, are you ready to take the floor?
Good afternoon. Good
Hello.
afternoon. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay. So it's a pleasure to meet you all. Thank you very much for inviting me here. And I really would like to explain a bit and share with you the experience we have, not just as a European Association for Local Democracy, but working closely with Ukraine. I'm Ukrainian as well. I'm working from Italy, but being actually a part of the processes of bringing Ukraine closer to democratic values, it is actually an amazing process, because it is something that I think we see for the first time in history, in modern history, that the country during full-scale invasion is not just fighting, but also moving and improving itself, rebuilding itself, being more, trying to be innovative, trying to be sustainable, trying to have and achieve better results. So I would like to share as well the presentation here and to tell you more about what we do also as ALDA in Ukraine and what we have as our method. So basically, yeah, full screen. Okay. So we have now in Ukraine as ALDA 6 local democracy agencies, which means that local democracy agencies are basically local registered NGOs which are working with ALDA and with international partners to promote civic participation, to promote democratic values, and to engage local networks and also engage European partners to work more with Ukraine. So in this case, we have 6 local democracy agencies. The one was opened in 2015, and we recently celebrated 10 years of it. So this is a methodology which works. It is not something that works 1 year or 2. We see it working a lot because the experience and the methodology was, let's say, established after the war in Balkans. And here I would say that we can see lots of parallel things, similarities between war in Ukraine and our process of recovery and the war in Balkans 30 years ago. And we have to learn from it, I think. So we are trying to, through these local democracy agencies, bring civic participation in Ukraine more on higher level. Nevertheless, the full-scale invasion in Ukraine is ongoing. So I mentioned already Dnipro, the first one. The second one was Mariupol, and here I would like to stop more because as you may know, Mariupol is a city which is being occupied by Russians since the beginning, almost the beginning of the full-scale invasion. And working with Mariupol, with the mayor and its people, means that actually the city are its people, not the city as a place, but the people, because having about 200,000 internally displaced people from Mariupol to 15 regions, more or less, in Ukraine, and working with them, we can say that we have local democracy agency of Mariupol, even though people ask me often how it is possible, knowing that Mariupol is in occupation. But working with these people, working with the government of this city who work from exile, from Kyiv, you can see that the city is trying to live and be functioning even without its territory, even without its physical place. That means that the city is not something that has disappeared, but it is something that keeps moving on and supporting its people. The third one then was in Odessa, you know, the city near the Black Sea, which is often bombarded by Russians because it's a huge target, because of the port, because of the infrastructure. You know, the city is a very huge cultural city in Ukraine, has lots of UNESCO heritages, has lots of connections, historical connections with Catalonia, because Duke who founded it was from Catalonia, has lots of museums, opera house, and lots also of international connections. That's why it was quite easy, let's say, to be present there and to work with the people from Odessa, because it is a very open city to people and to collaboration. And one of partners is also Foster Europe of LDA Odessa. Then there was also LDA Vinnytsia, LDA Kharkiv, and you know also that Kharkiv region now, from some points of Kharkiv city, we have like 20 kilometers just from the front line. And to work with these places means to try to help them move on and move forward, because it is challenging, yes, but it doesn't mean we have to stop. It doesn't mean we have to not do that and not go for that. vice versa. The more challenging it is, the bigger result it brings and the bigger impact it brings. So the more we can see how it is even life-changing. And now recently we also opened the sixth one, LDA Ovruch, with like small village in Zhytomyr region. And that is also a diversity of actors, a diversity of things, because when we talk about working with bigger cities, maybe it's easier because you have politicians who go to Europe who can negotiate. It is easier because of English-speaking people, but as well, we are trying to diversify the approach and also work with smaller communities, smaller municipalities to bring the balance between the collaboration that big cities already have and also smaller one. So this is the map. You can see Ukraine is a huge country. 2 Italies can be inside of 1 Ukraine. And to work with these different regions means also to work with different mentalities, different cultural background, different let's say historical political background as well. So the approach has to be very diversified, very also attentive to details, to culture, to background, to history. But it is what makes our work also inspiring, because you can never stop learning, you can never start exploring and discovering things. In blue here, you can see what we have already opened, but we are still very ambitious to open more local democracy agencies because we see this method really working and be effective. Nevertheless, Ukraine is in active phase of a full-scale invasion. So we are trying, working with these local democracy agencies, we're trying to make that this democracy is not just something from Greek terminology and philosophy, something about elections, something about politics, but it is something that people can see and touch. So as I often say, something touchable, something that you can see working every single day. And so we are trying to, together with our partners from European Union and different countries and municipalities, together with local actors, we're trying to identify the needs, which are different because Ukraine is huge, and just go and work with those needs. For example, some people who are displaced, for example, people from Mariupol, they need some consultations because they are facing huge psychological issues. They have to have some maybe capacity building trainings and courses to find a new job. We also work with empowerment of women and youth, with youth councils of different municipalities, with women who are heads of different municipalities of, let's say, condominiums or different NGOs to empower them. Now we will be working also in the third phase of You Lead with Ukraine program, and the main target will be also women empowerment and status for different communities. So these smaller communities will be able to move forward faster, also with this strong women leadership. Inclusive support, also because Ukraine has lots of internally displaced people who needs inclusion and who need to be included also in the society and civil participation. They need to participate in decision-making process, and it's not that easy. Nevertheless, they are not foreigners, but local people. It is not easy to include them in all the processes because there are some cultural background, historical differences as well. Also, what we do, for example, as I mentioned with Mariupol, is consultations for people who suffer from some psychological issues, because young people, women, and leaders, they cannot be effective leaders. I mean, they try to be effective leaders. At night, we have bombardings in Ukraine, drones, whatever. In the morning, these people go to work. In the morning, these people, they wake up, they go to work at 9 a.m., they are in their offices and they are working, but it doesn't mean that they are not stressed. They are stressed, and so to promote also this local resilience on human level, we need to support these people. We not just need to say we're close and we're working for you, but provide psychological help of a higher level, qualified level. We are trying to do that when possible. I mentioned before Odessa. because Odessa for us was a huge achievement, a very strategic city on the Black Sea, a very big target for Russia, city suffering from bombardments and from attacks, but still working a lot with local internally displaced people who decided to move to Odessa, maybe from other regions in Ukraine where the situation is worse. And they're the biggest example of the participatory work of all of us was this center for kids of internally displaced people, where they can have socialization, trauma recovery, and they can stay there while their parents, they go to some courses, they try to gain maybe new profession and start from scratch their new life in Odessa. And these are also safe spaces where people can relax and for a while feel safe and feel protected. Also, we are trying to engage, and not as that we are trying, it happens by itself, people who moved from Ukraine abroad. And I meet lots of people from Ukraine who now are working in European Parliament, in different NGOs in Europe. And we are trying, if possible, to also engage with these people, because we are lucky, I say we, meaning us Ukrainians who are not in Ukraine, because at least we can sleep at night. We don't have to face bombardings and attacks and then go to work. We just sleep and go to work. That's why we have better possibilities to engage and to promote and advocate for Ukraine, to tell European actors that, look, Ukraine needs this help now. Ukraine needs not just humanitarian aid, not just ambulances, not just bomb shelters and computers for the kids, but something that may lead Ukraine to be a successful country in long-term perspective. Because to give ambulances, it is something that answers the today's need. To give let's say capacity building, how to apply for grants, how to engage with European organizations, it is something that will bring results in 10 years, even in 15 years as well. So it is a long-term mechanism helping people, and which will help Ukraine in the future after the war, after the full-scale invasion. We of course face challenges and limits because of war, because of recent attacks, and attacks which are ongoing all the time, that brings to power cutoffs, to internet problems, to human capacity lack, because we don't have now people in Ukraine who speak perfect English because they moved abroad, or if we have them, it is very hard to engage them because there is this high level of competition. So there are these challenges we face all the time. Recently, our Secretary General, Ms. Antonella Varmorvida, she went to Ukraine, she went to Kyiv, she went to Kharkiv. And even to organize such missions, it is very difficult because of the logistics, because of the safety situations, and just, you know, to bring Ukrainians to Europe to advocate for Ukraine is not easy, because from Ukraine to Europe, it is about 30 hours trip by bus, by train, mix of both, but still. So this is extremely hard even for Ukrainian representatives from local governments to do these trips, because it means that in Ukraine, they will be absent for at least 1 week. The time they go, the time they go back. So all these challenges, they can obstacle a bit the work we are trying to do, but it doesn't mean that we are afraid or we stop or we don't do it. Also, what we do is the civic participation. We work a lot with civic initiatives. There is this NGO in Ukraine called Civic Initiatives. They created their platform, and they advocate. Here in the photograph, you can see Yuri Stepanets, the person who leads it. We are trying to promote together with them on the ground the approach from bottom up. So when the projects and ideas, they come from citizens, higher until they reach project writers and program developers, and they have the answer. So this bottom up participation. Also some decentralized civic hubs to have like peer support, to have informal leadership and community self-organization, because unfortunately for ex-Soviet mentality, sometimes leadership is imagined like a very, let's say, vertical structure, like there is a leader who tells you what to do. So we are trying to promote the idea that leadership is informal in many ways. It can be informal and it can be community leadership, organized, self-organized leadership, when people in their communities, they decide how to organize and how to make their life better. And it doesn't mean that there is one leader who tells you what to do and you go and do. And also this bottom-up approach, when actually the community decides what to do best and they go with their ideas and project to local leaders and they say, look, we have this, and we want to do it. ALDA, being an umbrella of all these initiatives, I would say, tries to secure it's all transparent, it is all fair, that it is all moving on, nevertheless, the challenges and obstacles. For example, you all know the challenge which Ukrainian NGOs faced some months ago when USAID stopped working. And all the programs which have been working with USAID, they just all of a sudden stopped. What happened with the programs ALDA had in Ukraine, all these LDAs, local democracy agencies, is that we have this diversified approach. We are trying to ensure seed funding, multiple participation. That's why if something happens, if something bad happens, we still can ensure the smooth work of it. So when you, as this Yuri Stepanets, the leader of Civic Initiatives of Ukraine, said, USA left, USAID left, we remained. And we still keep working because of this seed participation. We were not that much affected by it, so our work becomes now also interesting as a case study on how to avoid and prevent potential risks, because the more you have involved actors, maybe it makes work different and more difficult to do every day because of different people engage, different countries, different approaches, different views. But in the end of the day, it brings and it gives more opportunities, because the more we are together in our diversities, even the more we can ensure the smooth work, even in countries who face worse, in countries who has to be resilient, who have these challenges. And this is, I think, a good showcase on how in Ukraine, nevertheless, people have to survive every day and fight for their choice to be a democratic country, European country. We are not just sitting and waiting until the war ends, but we are moving on, moving forward in a very, I would say, fast way for the country in war, and in a very enthusiastic way, because Ukrainian people and local actors are very motivated. They are trying to learn, they are trying to absorb as much as possible. And in this case, I'm really glad that also European partners and organizations, they are also active in supporting Ukraine and supporting Ukrainians. So that is pretty it. And I wanted just to end with this quotation that democracy is not a luxury of peace, and it is foundation of resilience. In our case, in Ukrainian particular case, it is a foundation of resilience, because in the huge picture, if you ask what is Ukraine is fighting for now, we are fighting for our choice to be not a barbaric country, but to be European, a country with European values and with also working democracy there. And so I think that you can see, and all the world can see, that Ukrainian people are proving this every day. Thank you.
I apologize, my mic wasn't working. So thank you for showing in your case study that participation in Ukraine is not paused, it is redefined, I would say. And we do have some questions for you also in the chat, but I would suggest we move to the second speaker, Anastasia Svirkova, and then we will answer all the questions in the Q&A later on. We are a bit late with the time. We apologize for this. Anastasia Svirkova, case study 5, civic participation against dictatorship, Belarus. Anastasia, representative of the People's Embassy of Belarus in Austria, has been a key figure in supporting the Belarusian democratic movement in exile since the 2020 presidential elections. Anastasia, I hope you are ready and the micro is working. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
You will share my presentation? Or?
Yes, my colleague will do it in a second. Just give her a bit of time.
We can already start with the thank you word that you invited
Thank you very much.
I can talk about Belarus for hours, but I understand that you are waiting for lunch, so I hope that I will take a lot of time.
We are sorry for this delay, but we will catch up later in the day, maybe with the reports from the working groups. So I think we will manage to end in time. Do you see your presentation now? Is it working? Yep. Perfect. Thank you.
So I'd like to talk a little about resistance in Belarus and reclaiming democracy through participation and solidarity. So, dear friends of democracy, because I support that everybody of us are friends of democracy, politics is not just about parties and parliaments. Politics is something that is everyday life of people, the ability to choose, to speak, to live with dignity and without fear. But in my country, next slide, please, in Belarus, political landscape has been violently hijacked. The authority is occupied by a dictatorship. The Lukashenko regime has retained its power through rigged elections, brutal repressions, and systematic violence. What we're experiencing is not a legitimate government, but unlawful militarized occupation of power. But let me be honest, working inside country is extremely difficult. The regime maintains control through fear, mass repressive torture, and now it's a case. Any independent activity is branded as extremism. Next slide, please. For example, now I'm here today as a representative of the People's Embassy of Belarus, an initiative to represent free Belarusians abroad. For this job, simply for defending human rights and supporting democracy, I and hundreds of my colleagues all over the world have been labeled extremists. Even more, now by speaking to me, by emailing me, or even by taking part with me at the same conference, you are also part of the so-called extremist formation. So my congratulations. So is Alice Bialyatsky, our Nobel Peace Prize laureate, now a prisoner in Belarus. So is Maria Kolesnikova, a musician and honorary professor at University of Graz, imprisoned since 2020. Now she, as at least 8 other political prisoners, are known to have been held in prolonged incommunicado detention. Next slide, please. Let me share just a few numbers. Over 1,000 political prisoners are currently behind bars in Belarus. More than 50,000 people have gone through detention since 2020. At least 8 political prisoners that we know already were died in prisons. Countless have suffered torture, disappearance, or were forced into exile. So we are really millions of Belarusians who are under repressions. This is why visible resistance have shifted abroad, while being deeply supported by domestic activity.
Next slide, please. And what we have done to bring Belarus back to its people. First of all, we have not given up. We have not disappeared. We have built a new civic infrastructure, a parallel people-centered society grounded in freedom, rule of law, and dignity, uniting Belarusians in exile and at home. We substitute the structures of oppression with democratic institutions. This is essence of our civic resistance building. Let me name some of these structures. Next slide, please. When we are talking about political force, a coordination council, a representative body for democratic forces, elected proto-parliament. The office of the president-elect Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, our political leadership in exile. The United Transitional Cabinet is a permanent executive body. And as I already mentioned, the part that I'm belonging to, the people's embassies, representing democratic voices of Belarusians abroad. So it's a political force, and another part is military forces, like Belpol, Union of Former Law Enforcement, who are documenting the regime's crimes, conducting investigations, and informing the public and politicians on their results. Kalinovsky Regiment, which fights for Ukraine and stands as a symbol of our military resistance to tyranny. Next slide, please. Another group is independent media that continue to broadcast the truth not only outside, but also into Belarus. Despite being banned, they remained a lifeline of information, like Belsat, Reform News, Zerkala, Nechta, and many others. Another part is medical corps. OKDocMe is an anonymized telemedicine platform founded to protect vulnerable groups of Belarusians, and the Medical Solidarity Fund for protecting repressed physicians and information support about real medical situation in our country. Next slide, please. Human rights initiatives like Vesna by Sol, Found Country to Life in, Razam, Dissident by, and many, many others who really helps and advocating people. Cultural, religious area, Belarusian Council for Culture, young people support NGOs. They're really a lot, and also Christian Vision, religious and moral support for resistance. Svoye, growing umbrella platform, uniting democratic initiatives for structural and strategic action. Each of these organizations are independent, but are working with strong, next slide please, consolidation in order to delegitimize dictatorship, both internally and internationally. We work to strip the regime of its subjectivity and to build the subjectivity of democratic forces instead. Because when Lukashenko sits at an international table, he sits not as a president, but as a usurper of power. This work also shows the power of civic engagement. Despite fear, exile, and repression, civic actors have become the main force of change. It's through civil coverage, collective actions, and international solidarity that we are keeping hope alive. To those listening today, and also for you, your support matters, your recognition matters, even sharing the truth matters. And most importantly, this struggle is not just about Belarus. It's about core values of European democracy. It's time not just to promote democracy, but to protect it. Democracy, it is not given, it's built, not in silence, sometimes not in comfort, but always in courage. So let us continue to build, connect, and support one another in this common struggle for dignity and freedom.
Next slide, please. Thank you.
Anastasia, thank you for highlighting the importance of engagement during extreme circumstances in your case study. I think it's good to breathe in and breathe out once. And because of the time, I will move a bit quicker to the case study 6, civic participation and reconciliation. Maya, Head of Program Development and Fundraising and LDA Mostar, designs and implements initiatives that promote civic engagement, democratic governance, and community reconciliation. If I may, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I have to say do you hear me? Yes?
Yes.
I have to say it's really hard now to continue after the previous presentation and like all the legacy of Bosnia and Herzegovina and 30 years after the war and regime that we have like for 30 years in a political way was like throwback while listening our colleagues from Belarus. And Anastasia, thank you first of all for sharing this and reminding us who we are and who we should be actually in all this. It will be very difficult now to continue and talk about LDA Mostar and my presentation because mine one, it's more similar to presentation of our colleague Eva. And I will focus on a local ground and grassroots activities that LDA Mostar is actually implementing in last 20 years, as we have celebrating this year 20th anniversary actually of existence. So I will now just take a minute to try to share my presentation. If this is fine, you just let me know if you can. Oh, no.
If we can assist you with your presentation.
Okay. Do you see it now?
Yes, it works.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. So like just to make it a full screen maybe. Yeah. So what I have prepared here, it's a slight overview of who we are. LDA Mostar mission is together with active citizens, LDA is building successful communities, improving deliberative democracy, and encouraging good governance. So this is something that we are doing for last 20 years in local communities, but also in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but also with our colleagues and partners all over the Western Balkan countries, implementing and trying to bring deliberative democracy and participative democracy to the local communities. Our vision is actually that we believe in equal and inclusive society. What we are doing and what is our history is that we've been registered 20 years ago by the initiative of Council of Cities and of course membership of ALDA is the core and the biggest actually the strongest pillar of our history of work for LDA Mostar. Areas where we work actually is democratization and human rights and reconciliation, and this reconciliation is like always a struggle because like 30 years after the war we are always thinking like okay, the citizens are fed up talking about the reconciliation and the peace building, but the reality is that it is more necessary now than it was like 20 or 10 years ago. So under democratization, we are working on a good governance. citizens' participation in EU integrations, and human rights and reconciliation, considered advocating for the rights of the marginalized communities, and of course trying to build the community of the active youth. So within all this, our target groups are actually focused around local authorities that we are really closely cooperating with, also civil society organizations, but the citizens, of course, as a core of our work and our target audience. EU integrations are part of our each project, because we believe, as the most of the population in Bosnia and Herzegovina, that the importance of our path to European EU integrations is the crucial for the stability in our country and peace building, as lately in the past, I would say, like year or two, the shaking environment in Bosnia and Herzegovina is very much present, and the discussion, especially among young people, about possibility of war that could happen again is more and more present not today. So just small overview of our work and our successes is that we are working in last 20 years. We have been reaching like more than 200,000 policymakers, practitioners, and representatives of vulnerable and representing groups, that we have implemented like over 120 projects with direct include participants over 800, and what we are skilled in last few years, and what we are very much focused on are sub-granting schemes that we successfully implement in last 3 years, and we sub-granted it over 60 small grassroots projects within communities of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Of course, the most important for functioning and for building our strength, be present and learn and implement the proven methodologies, is participation in the umbrella association of ALDA, and of course our networks that we are part on, and that our work without them wouldn't be possible. So this opportunity today is a great opportunity to meet and to hear all of you, and together to consider and to see where we are now and what are our future steps towards the peace and better Europe for all of us. What I would like to mention and emphasize, and it is not a part of my presentation, is the LDA Mostar role in implementing participative democracy in the city of Mostar. One of the most successful stories that has happened in 2016 was actually the initiative of Elect Mostar, where we, together with 18 volunteers of the city of Mostar, implement the local elections in the municipality, where local elections haven't been happening for 12 years. And we didn't have like the governance or city council for 12 years in the city of Mostar. So it was a great struggle of decision-making body for the city, where the corruption and all the, I would say, urbicide and everything, even after the war happened. So like the small group of young people together with civil society organizations organized actually elections that cost us like 18 bottles of water and 18 sandwiches, and it reached really high and huge media and high-level politicians, not only in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but Western Balkan countries and also European Union. The result of this initiative in 2016 actually was the invitation of the Council of Europe and European Union to the European Parliament on the roundtable session that was dedicated to the city of Mostar. as one of the really grassroots civil participation initiatives. And after this discussion in 2017, the city of Mostar in 2020 finally got first local elections, and finally young people, after 12 years of generations that raised without the possibility of being elected or elect, finally had a chance to elect and to vote. And on the other hand, European Union and Council of Europe also organized a reflection group that have been meeting the young people, civil society organizations and politicians regarding Bosnia and Herzegovina and the city of Mostar as a focus. And the result of this was like the first citizens assembly that has happened in the city of Mostar in 2021, and the second one in 2023. So like the small initiative that costed like less than 30 euros reached really high level of politics, I would say, and really emphasize the importance of civil participation and how important actually the participation and the voice of citizens it is. So like LDA Mostar functions in the city of Mostar, which is still like divided city, and it functions like on two sides of the city, where citizens, mostly Croats and Muslims, live one beside another. So like I wouldn't say that this is like the life that you have the citizens who are like living in the city, but one beside another. And this is a great struggle, especially when we count on the young people, and when we want to keep young people in Mostar and not to have them in the other countries. I mean, Bosnia and Herzegovina is the country with over 160 ministries in the population of less than 3 million people, and we have like very complex bureaucracy, political structure with two entities and one district, and like within one entity 10 cantons, and all this really takes a lot of energy, a lot of effort of when we talk about the laws on local, national, or entity level, and all this makes the citizens very confused. In all this situation, the civil society organizations are crucial for working with the civil society organizations, building their capacities, but also like with the citizens, giving them the tools of participation and building deliberative democracy in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but also in the other country, because similar situation is all over the Western Balkan countries. What my success story within presentation would be is the project that LDA Mostar has implemented in the period of 2021 to 2023. This is the project where the lead was People in Need, and 3 local organizations have implemented 3-year activities, and what I wanted to emphasize is a specificity of this project, because this was really the unique chance that one small local community is financed by one donor with the goal, if we succeed with the several things, then the project will have overcome one of the key barriers achieving sustainable peace in Mostar. And as a microscope of Bosnia and Herzegovina, it can provide hope and inspiration to the Western Balkan country and the region. So when we started with the initiative, for me, the biggest fear was how to actually prove the hope and the fact that the hope is back to Bosnia and Herzegovina and the city of Mostar. So like the activity that we started with as actually building the trust with the community and with the citizens. We targeted the crucial points where the peace building is happening is actually a public space. And in city of Mostar, we don't have any square or any public space where people really can meet, can chat, and where they can build a peace. So we realized that the reconstruction of the public spaces and making them more convenient to the citizens and bring citizens to the public spaces is a crucial for the peace building in the city of Mostar. So this was the first time after so many years where the citizens were asked what public spaces they would like to be rebuilt. And upon this question, at the beginning, we didn't have a trust of the citizens, especially in the aspect where they would prove their thoughts, saying that like so many times we were asked to say our opinion, but nobody were listening to us. So more than 3,500 citizens were involved in this huge questionnaire for the city of Mostar, and over 200 public spaces were targeted to be reconstructed. Out of all these public spaces, indoor and outdoor, 6 of them were reconstructed by the biggest votes by the citizens, and 12 of the closed public spaces were rebuilt. Actually our approach was that like 30 years after the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina, there was no investment in the infrastructure, and really the public spaces, especially cultural institutions and culture is a great tool for the peace building, deserved a little bit more respect towards the nowadays and where we live. And the period where they stand was like a deep socialism and that era of construction. So like after this initiative, the whole city of Mostar and the citizens started to get involved with the activities, realizing that they were heard for the first time, and some things and small changes are started there. Then the biggest struggle with this project was also communication with the city of Mostar, because after 12 years we finally got the city council and the mayor, and they didn't see the point of like having civil society organizations investing and working in a local community, the things that should be done by the city of Mostar. After the first struggles, I have to say, on the second year of the project, we got city of Mostar as a local authority, as a partner on this project, and city of Mostar realized actually the importance of the project and became a co-financer of the activities and of the reconstruction of the public spaces in the city of Mostar. The second thing that was most important, the second part that was most important actually within this project was like the strengthening capacities of the civil society organizations in one hand, but also like strengthening the capacities of local authorities, trying to put them in the same room and trying to make them partners, where we have created sub-granting scheme for the civil society organizations who got the funds only for the project, where the local institutions and the partnership with the institutions and city of Mostar as a local authority was realized. So 10 very strong initiatives were implemented funded and implemented in the city of Mostar, and one of them reached actually the federal parliament of the city of Mostar, which is the initiative of issuing the ID cards for the people for disabilities to be unified and unique for all people in Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. To be like on a strong path toward the success and toward the sustainability of the project. Lesson learned out of all these activities was civic participation becomes sustainable only when institutions are included as allies and not just like the targets. So like the strong participation of local authorities is a crucial for the civic participation and successful implementation of the initiatives and that brings the change, the real positive change in local community. The second part of the initiative was actually the most, I would say, colorful one, because like the third grant scheme that we provided through this project was the grant scheme where we allowed civil society organizations, but also individuals and non-formal groups to bring the content to the public spaces and to bring citizens to the public spaces, public open spaces, but also closed ones for as the spaces of reconciliation and the peace building. In this context, like for the first time, as we have everything divided, even the schools, then like cultural institutions, for the first time, puppet theater with the Croatian and puppet theater with the Bosniak sign actually collaborated and communicated and realized the play for the children together. So just small initiatives that brought like so many people on the streets, and the project that became a brand of the city of Mostar was really a positive example of how important it is, like to give citizens the voice and to show them how to participate and how to be active in the decision-making processes. This project lasted for 3 years and it has been just finished. And the result of the project was interest of the other divided local communities in the Bosnia and Herzegovina who were interested in the methodology that was implemented within this project to be actually implemented in their communities. So the conclusion that was like the part of the final evaluation of the project and what citizens actually told us is that example of the city of Mostar teaches us that civic participation and reconciliation do not start in the parliament halls, they start in the park, community centers, and the shared streets. By achieving and rejuvenating public spaces, we active democracy and human connection. And as the conclusion and the call for action, there is like, let's invest in shared places to build peace and shared future. So this is the message that I would like to bring to all of us, that the civic participation, but also motivation within the small local communities, the smallest groups, is crucial for the positive change in the local communities. So I'm sorry if I took too much time for the presentation. There is so many things to be shared and so not enough time during today, but I hope the contacts that we will share today will stay, and then that we will, like, not all of us for sure, but some of us will stay in contact and really make the miracles within our beautiful Europe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maya, for enhancing in your case study the civic participation and reconciliation in post-conflict settings. There were no new questions in the chat, but if there are any, please do not hesitate to raise your hand or post them in the break to the chat. We'll begin the next, okay. There is just one question popped in. Mr. Reuter,
Yes,
are you
please.
with us? Do you hear us?
When it will be, you promise after the first report on this section that there will be questions. It can be now. I can speak it especially to Mrs. Anastasia, and I sent in chat the link. You speak about the most obvious, painful, and very urgent questions concerning the democratic changes in the area of Danube strategy. But I hope in a few weeks in Odessa we will discuss more. We will have opportunity to discuss. I will show the overlapping of results of last elections in Romania and Poland on the obviously for population perspectives for development of their regions in Eastern Romania and Eastern Poland, and it's concerned totally Ukraine. Therefore, the question maybe for further discussions, we have more main priorities both of Danube strategy, and more than 17% of countries of Danube strategy are the same in Three Seas initiative. There are main priorities of transport and energy development in this area, and through the last, can be 1.5 years, European Union approved finally 2 transport corridors, Baltic Mediterranean and Western Balkans Mediterranean. Those links what I give to you, there was a recommendation of all Danube strategy countries to support the projects which should use this development, should promote this development. Therefore, if it will be possible, maybe not in this frame, but some later, to discuss how the democratic process, democratic institutions can support this changing, because for today, under the conditions both of the war and all the perturbations on a world level, and this result of last elections shown that I can say water should be between populism, political populism, and of course the support of population in the countries of not progressive, we can say, politics, depend totally on these crucial priorities of Danube strategy, Three Seas initiative, other Central Europe initiative, those priorities which are the main for development in this area. Therefore, my question may be not to be answered now, but in any case should be taken into account how civil society can stress attention of these core elements and core priorities, which start now from the side of the European Union. I can say even we have, before the last summit of Three Seas initiative, I was very surprised. It was conclusion of Research Center of Congress of United States. Even under this situation what we have, that it's very important to have this common vision of the countries for the development of transport and energy and digital technologies in this area. Therefore, it's can be say not a question, it's a call for you to stress more attention of the democratic forces of democratic societies to these priorities, because they became now the question of survival. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment and partially a question. Would you like to react, Anastasia, or would you like to do it in the breakout rooms later on?
If I may just add that being, trying to do the small things, even where we can, where we reach, our Odessa Local Democracy Agency collaborates and have one of its partners from Ukraine, Mr. Igor Studenikov, who is a director of an NGO who are working actively with the Danube strategy initiative, and they will host this event the 3rd and 4th of July, if I remember correctly. So on the local level, in what can be done and can be under the umbrella of local democracy agency, we are trying to do that. But unfortunately, knowing that Odessa is a very big region and Ukraine indeed is a very big, I think that you are absolutely right that these efforts, and there should be the stress from the civil society on the crucial importance of it. But in what we can, in the small steps we can do, we're trying also to be a part of it. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Anastasia, for your comment. On the note of next event in Ukraine, we are very happy to share this information also with you for the 3rd and 4th of July. On our website, you will find the invitation shortly. So if anyone is looking...
I already received from Studenikov invitation and I hope to be in Odessa. Near Odessa. We cannot be in Odessa. It's pity, but I hope we will be together.
Thank you very much. So I think we can move on to the break, if you allow me to. We'll begin the next session sharp at 13:30. Please stay connected to the main room. During the break, you will be automatically assigned to breakout sessions according to your preference in the registration. There was, however, a small change, and Eva must leave us a bit sooner. For this reason, room 2 and 3 will be connected. If you do not wish to switch rooms, you can do it manually, so no problem if you prefer room number 1. You will see a manual on how to do this in the main room on the screen, just in a couple minutes. So I would like to thank you once more for the first part of the day and hope to see you all in the breakout rooms after a short break. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope we are just waiting for the rooms to close. Okay. So, hello, everyone. Welcome back to the main room. I would like to kindly ask Maya and Anastasia to brief us on the outcomes of each breakout room briefly for 15 minutes each. I hope I see you now in the room. Hello, Anastasia, I see you. It's good. Perfect.
So thank
Hello.
you.
Oh, hello. Welcome back, Maya.
Yeah, thank you. Should I start or we will do it?
Yes, that would be great. No, start. Go ahead. That's
Okay,
great.
so like first of all, thank you for the chance, like participating in this interesting event, which was really like helpful and thoughtful for me too. And our group and our room was had the very interesting discussion. We were really going to few different topics and few interesting conclusions. I would say I will just try to resume a little bit because I just opened the notes because we finished like a minute ago, but I had my own notes. So like the discussion actually started with a question, what do we think that most urgently it's needed from Europe as citizens, as civil society actors, as young people to keep democracy alive and meaningful in our societies? So like I really need to say thank you, Carmen, for all your comments that you have done, have give to all of us, and also interesting food for thoughts for the further steps. So like we discussed first of all about the intergenerational approach, which we considered as a very important part of civil society participation and the aspect of the senior experience and also knowledge, and on the other hand, like the willingness of young people to learn, but also to support in the other aspect digitally. This process can be very fruitful, like for fostering civil participation, and of course, like the reconciliation, especially when we talk about the Western Balkan countries. So the discussion was not only like what do we need from Europe in the context of Western Balkan countries, but in general, the citizens of European Union, but also non-EU countries, the attitude and also the data and the findings and opinions about the European Union, but also the participation, especially of young people in the decision-making processes. It's not that much different in European Union and in Western Balkan countries. So Sylvia shared with us also that the participation in Italy of young people when it comes to decision-making processes and also like elections, it's not that high as it could be and it should be, but the same situation is also like in Western Balkan countries, and the research from 2023 says that like 71% of young people do not trust to the politicians and do not participate, and they don't feel that they are asked actually for the opinion and participate in decision-making processes. Then also like the very interesting comment that was done in our room was the comment about the methodologies and different tools that we could be used and should be used to involve young people even from the young ages and showcase them what the participation means and why it is important to for them, but but also for their countries and European Union. So Laura, also from FOSSI Europe, shared with us the experience of working and methodology of working with young people, and how the wow effect that they got from young people after they realized the importance and acknowledge the facts and the new things. It's something that really is like the engine to move forward. Further on, also, like we discussed, and Carmen mentioned that she was traveling actually all over the Western Balkan lately, and she had a chance actually to meet the citizens and talk with them, and that the opinion of citizens about the EU integrations and entering European Union of Western Balkan countries, it's not that positive as it used to be. So we also shared some statistics from 2023 that, like, for example, in Serbia and North Macedonia, it changed a lot, like from 70% of citizens that were having the opinion that European Union path is a good path for their country, it changes like to 58 in North Macedonia and 43 in Serbia. So like those are some things that are like, I would say, red flags that European Union could help and support the activities and maybe involvement of civil society organizations and civil society in general in creating the enabling environment in these countries, like to enter European Union. I was also discussing the fact that, like, for example, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we are a little bit confused as the civil society representatives about our role when it comes to the entering and EU integration of Bosnia and Herzegovina. What is our role and how we can help? We are having also, as Bosnia and Herzegovina, the strategy on a state level for creating the enabling environment for civil society organizations, but it's still on a paper. And also, like, I believe that there could be more effort invested in creating the space for civil society organizations, the activists and civic sector to really support the EU integration process of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Of course, like the examples like National Day within the Danube and all those events are helping and very helpful, like to share our opinion and also to share our concerns with the higher level politicians in our country, but also with the European Union. But I think this is also something how the European Union can help us in this context. Also, one more thing that was emphasized, it's actually very important, is the mobility of young people, online but also live mobility. And I was mentioning that we are very thankful for the Erasmus Plus program, which is really enabling mobility of young people for Bosnia and Herzegovina in the context of different sectors, like from university, where like Erasmus Mundus is very much used by the students, and they can benefit out of it, and also civil society organizations from the different programs of Erasmus Plus program. But also that it is important vice versa. So like I was suggesting that it's important, like this mobility, so like not only for young people, but also like this intergeneration, but also for seniors, because like I'm sure as much as Western Balkan countries can learn a lot from the European Union, vice versa, European Union countries can learn a lot from our examples, at least from our fails, when it comes to to the difficulties that all Western Balkan countries are actually struggling and facing with now. And what is important is, again, emphasizing youth to be more active, more involved, and introduced of importance of participative democracy and why civic participation is important to all of us for the creating a better future for the European Union and for the European whole. So if I forget to mention something, I invite the participants from my room if they want to share something more, if we still have some time, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya, for this great summary. If there are any links or projects that anyone would like to share, the chat option is still available. Please insert the link or the project. I see already one project came. So please don't hesitate to share any invitations so people can download it from there. Anastasia, maybe pass the words to you.
Thank you very much. We were also having a very fruitful discussion. I would say not many of us, but enthusiastic and really wanting to see how to make a difference, how to change the situation in a better way, and what are the difficulties. So we discussed, first of all, with whom should we point to work more? Should we point on engaging more young people, as mostly it is done always, or we also have to see how to engage middle-aged people in the processes of decision-making and civil participation? And actually, after discussions, we agreed that the most brave people who try to change the world rightfully are young people, but they just need the support, active support of people of middle age. And the perfect scenario would be if we try to engage in our work, in our social and civic work, people who are young, but with the strong support, with active support of people also who are older. But those people not always have enough trust into organizations, NGOs, and civil society organizations. So there we were discussing that basically smaller NGOs and middle-sized NGOs are those who have more trust from the society, from people, from locals. And that's why they work efficiently, very efficiently. While bigger NGOs, they may struggle because of their own structure, because different levels, and basically they may be less effective in this case of trust from local people. And here we came up with an idea that it would be really great, if possible, to think about maybe some experience exchange, some internships where people from smaller NGOs and bigger NGOs and big NGOs, they can exchange the experience to understand what can be done to have more trust from people if you're a bigger NGO, but also what can be done if you're a smaller NGO to have more resources, because this is basically the problem where smaller NGOs struggle, fundings and human resources. So we were just thinking that there are different internships and capacity buildings for municipality representatives, for different departments of the municipality. But what if the same is done for like NGOs, as in like maybe non-formal exchange first of all, and then maybe something more formalized? It would be really great, because both types of NGOs, they have their own challenges, but also their own strong points where they can exchange, because we are not trying to work in the competition, but we are mostly trying to work for the same reason, the same purpose. Then also we discussed the situation that mostly women are running these initiatives, that it is sector where civil participation is mostly on women's shoulders, that they are active and they are trying to promote all these things more actively than men do. And the probable reason of that may be also that NGOs are often seen like almost charity organizations. So this is considered to be less paid job or even volunteering. That's why men maybe are not really considering doing something like that. And here I think we also have to advocate and try also to bring this idea forward, that NGOs are a real mechanism, an instrument of work. It is not it is something that starts with maybe a goodwill, very serious and serious work on everyday basis, which can be overwhelming, which can be very demanding. And that's why we cannot just say that it is just for women, and we also need men here, and we also need to see how to change this public opinion of the fact that NGOs are perhaps not perfect jobs for men, and that women, that's why women mostly run those. Then we raise the point also that it can also be very demanding job, and people who work in NGOs and civil society, when they try to engage more people and they try to bring this democracy on very seen level, they can struggle with fatigue, they can be overwhelmed, they can be tired. And we also, when we talk about civil society participation and people who bring this forward, we also have to keep in mind that people who are driving this can be tired, overwhelmed, and they have to cope with it, and they are trying to cope with it. And mostly because of their inner strong motivation, personal reasons, of course, but it is also, it can be also a problem. So when we are thinking about how to help people from local communities to fight with some traumas and consequences of situations they survived, we also have to not forget about people who do this job, because people who do this job also can struggle from burnouts and can also need to have their job somehow optimized. Also because if we're talking about smaller NGOs and civil society organization, we like raise the point that also they can struggle because of the bureaucracy. And for local NGOs and for smaller NGOs who have less employees, it may be difficult to provide the reporting, to provide it properly without many people working in the office. And that also may lead to the fatigue, to the additional overwhelming, and that is something that can be seen once like a challenge for work of local NGOs and what they do, but also as an opportunity to change it, as an opportunity where we can work and change the situation for better. And yeah, also we just were discussing that by this approach from the bottom up, and we can really make difference in countries where people really struggle because of different political situations, like we discussed Ukraine with war, we discussed Belarus with dictatorship. So in these countries, everything has to come from bottom up, because otherwise it won't work, unfortunately, because of potentially corrupted governments, dictatorship, political interests, which are really far from what people want. And so by helping and promoting this idea of civil participation and for the idea of bottom-up approach, it is something that really can make difference. And it is something that really has chances to change the situation once and forever for both Ukraine and Belarus, but also the countries where people still are struggling, fighting for democracy, fighting for their local rights, and fighting for civic engagements and the society participation and decision making. So that was our discussion, and I guess that if I missed something, the colleagues who helped us discussing all these points will add if they have something to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much also for the wrap up of both breaking rooms. I would like to just shortly ask, are there any open questions or comments from the audience that we have not seen? Okay, perfect. So at this moment, I would just like to say a big thank you. So as we wrap up today's conference, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to all our speakers, attendees, and colleagues. Please have a look at the Aver survey that we share with you on the screen and take part if you still can and have the energy to do so. It would be great. We hope you found today's sessions inspiring and insightful. A recording of the event along with follow-up materials, presentations, we will share via email and also on the Foster Europe website. So please follow the website, follow the social media. And from my side, goodbye and thank you for joining us today.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.